You definitely want to stay tuned for those conversations among many others. And I'm not in studio alone. We have Mike Megwe with us as well as Ben Troy. But let us begin with Mike. Mike, good morning. How has your year started off? Good
morning, Vivian, and Happy New Year to you and everyone who is watching KBC Channel 1. This is a Good Morning Kenya. We are back like we never left. How was your holiday? How did you spend your time with your loved one? We are glad that you are watching. A lot has happened, even as we were making merry out there and spending time with family. In the political landscape here, we saw last weekend where leaders traded barbs over the issue of abductions that is very pressing right about now. And also today is the day that the school year starts. Students are going back to school today. So those are some of the things that we shall be looking in our segment that is coming right after the news. And I'll be having George Kithi and Gibson Gisore, who are both advocates of the High Court. So I invite you to tune in to this live broadcast. Happy New Year to you, Ben Troy. Enjoy. How are you?
Happy New Year to you, Mike and Vivian. And I've been here since I think the 30th. So Happy New Year to our viewers, our Good Morning Kenya viewers. But New Year imeanza vizuri. I don't know about your resolutions, but I've decided to narrow them down to 3 Fs. That is family, finance, and fitness. If you follow those 3, trust me, the 3 Fs, 2025 will be a year that you will never forget.
Nice. Family, finance,
and fitness.
And fitness.
Yeah.
You have to keep your body fit.
Yes. Watching out, looking out, what you're eating and all that.
Exactly. And don't forget family at the end of the day. Yes, indeed. And of course, we're going to be having a very interesting year because, as Mike has mentioned, that we have already started a high charge to politics, but more on that in our news. Let's take a look at the news shaping up the news conversation, the headlines shaping up the news conversation at this hour. We begin with today, which is back to school, where learners in basic education institutions countrywide will start the first term of the year 2025 academic calendar. This year, there will be no Form 1 intake, but instead the country will witness the pioneer cohort of the competency-based curriculum transit to grade 9. And according to Education Cabinet Secretary Julius Ogamba, the construction of 16,000 classrooms for grade 9 learners is 93% complete. We begin our live coverage with that report.
It is all systems go ahead of the 2025 basic education academic calendar, with grade 9 learners expected to be accommodated in primary schools. Construction of the 16,000 classrooms to accommodate them is at 93% completion.
Paka saa hii tuko na grade 9 na bado saa hii ninatajwa tu grade 9 na hatuna madarasa kufundisha hao grade 9. Na hofu yetu kama mkazi wa Milalulu, grade 9, hiyo shule yenye haina grade 9, huyu mtoto wa grade 9 atasomea wapi?
Wazee hata hivi asubuhi walikuwa wakijaribu kutengeneza structure mahali waweke matope ili watoto come 6th of January 2025 watoto angalau wapate mahali.
According to Education Cabinet Secretary Julius Ogamba, whereas classes are not ready, alternative spaces within the schools and margin streams where class sizes allow will be used as temporary measures. The Ministry of Education says that 9,926,618 textbooks have been dispatched to schools countrywide. In terms of capitation, the ministry will disburse 48.4 billion shillings, which is 50% of the capitation due to schools this academic year. In Term 2, schools will receive 30% of the capitation, while the balance of 20% will be disbursed in Term 3. 4.1 billion shillings will go towards free primary education, 15.3 billion shillings towards free day junior school education, and 28.9 billion shillings towards free day secondary school education. On the safety of learners, the 348 schools whose boarding sections were identified for closure will be reopened only upon demonstrating compliance with safety protocols. Additionally, no school bus or vehicle ferrying learners will be allowed on the road before 6 a.m. and after 6 p.m. Parents and guardians are also being called upon to register under the Social Health Authority and to include their school-going children as dependents for appropriate health coverage. According to CS Ogamba, the Kenya Primary School Education Assessment Learner Report will be accessible to school portals in the week commencing on Monday, the 6th of January 2025, while Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education Examination results will be released in the second week of January 2025. The 2025 academic calendar indicates that the first term will run for 13 weeks until the 4th of April 2025. Learners will proceed for half-term between the 26th of February to 2nd of March. The second term dates are 28th of April to the 1st of August 2025, whereas the third term will run from the 25th of August to the 24th of October 2025. The Kenya Primary Education Assessment KPSEA will be done from the 27th of October 2025 to the 30th of October. Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education Examinations will be conducted from the 3rd of November 2025 to the 21st of November 2025.
In other news, President William Ruto says the country is now out of its troubled days. Ruto says his administration will now focus on transformation after economic stabilization efforts bore fruit, while the agricultural sector recorded improved yields. He was speaking in Kerio Valley during an interdenominational Thanksgiving service.
At the Kerio Valley, plagued by banditry and unrest over the years resulting into deaths. With normalcy in learning in schools resuming in over 26 schools previously shut down because of banditry, residents organized an interdenominational prayer service attended by President William Ruto. Responding to requests for government programs after the stabilization of peace in the region, the president exuded confidence that the country was already past its troubled days in the past 2 years of economic slump.
And I can now say confidently that the economy of Kenya is now on good standing. Ile inflation ilikuwa 9.6%, tumeteremsha sasa iko 2.7, 2.8%. Ile exchange rate ilikuwa imepanda karibu 160 something, sasa exchange rate iko hapa 129 ikiteremka chini. Ile interest rate ilikuwa na matatizo, sasa ndio hiyo imeanza downward trend.
The head of state says the country was edging close to the food security agenda owing to government interventions that have transformed agricultural production.
Hapo sehemu kidogo imebaki. Nataka niwaambie Wakenya tuwe na imani. Roma haikujengwa siku moja. Kwa hatua tutakomboa nchi yetu na tuwe na amani kila sehemu ya Kenya.
Wakati umechaguliwa kulikuwa na mambo mengi sana mabaya yalikuwa yanaendelea hapa, lakini wewe hukuvujika moyo. Ulitia bidii, ukaweka mikakati, ukaonesha uongozi mzuri. Siku ya leo ambayo tuko hapa tunasherehekea kazi yako mzuri ambayo umeongoza taifa letu kwa kufanya.
Terming negative ethnicity as a major impediment that had torpedoed development in the past, Ruto said his administration is also focused on implementing government programs for posterity.
We have overcome what for many years held our country ransom, held our country hostage. The politics that looked merely at popularity for the next election, not the transformation of the next generation. The politics that focused on ethnic competition.
Ninataka kuomba hawa watu ambao wanatisha kila wakati ya kwamba waache vitisho baridi. Mheshimiwa Rais, wakati wa siasa ukifika tutamenyana vilivyo. Mheshimiwa Rais, chini yako Mheshimiwa.
The president directed the resettlement of those who fled the conflict in the region to facilitate the reopening of 13 schools that are yet to resume learning.
Tutawapatia makao, tutawapatia mabati, tutawapatia chakula, warudi pale ndio watoto wetu wale wamefinyana katika mashule zingine warudi katika mashule yao.
You may have lied to other cabinet secretaries before, I want to tell you to your face, we know you, we know where you live, we know what you are carrying. We want to ask all the criminals who are roaming in this valley to make sure that the remaining few surrender every gun they have to government before we come for you.
And in other news, Deputy President Professor Kithure Kindiki has dismissed speculations about his absence from the public and working relationship with President William Ruto, saying he has taken 2 weeks leave to rest. Speaking in Bere, Embu County during a church service, the Deputy President challenged the critics of government to offer practical solutions, even as they criticize government policies.
Deputy President Professor Kithure Kindiki, while at a Thanksgiving service at Full Gospel Church, Kamumu, Bere North, Embu County, maintained all is well with his boss, President William Ruto. The Deputy President dismissed speculation of a potential fallout, saying President Ruto had offered him 2 weeks leave during the festive season to unwind, but now he is officially back.
Mimi nasema nafurahia nimerudi kwa katika ile kazi ambayo sasa nimepewa. Likizo yangu ilikuwa ya siku 15 hivyo imeisha. Sasa ni kibarua. So watch this space. Watch this space. We know what the agenda is. We know the expectations of the people of Kenya.
Professor Kindiki further reiterated that the government is keen to deliver on all the promises made to Kenyans, assuring that all delayed projects will be implemented in due time.
Kazi ya kupiga kelele ni kazi ya mtu ameshindwa. When you are unable to articulate yourself, you make noise. Isn't it? When you are unable to persuade other people, you make noise. So musipigie viongozi kelele.
While calling out the critics of Kenya Kwanza regime, the Deputy President challenged them to offer practical solutions.
Tuachane na siasa ya kupigia viongozi makelele. That is wrong, brothers and sisters. It is not right. If you are unhappy with a leader, there is a way of dealing with that leader. We cannot be a country where leaders are scheming against each other and paying young people money to make noise at other people. Na mimi nimeomba hao viongozi ambao tuko nao katika hii mambo ya siasa. Mimi kusiwahi kiongozi wa kunisaidia kupangia vile kiongozi fulani atapigiwa kelele.
MPs accompanying the Deputy President took a swipe at the former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, accusing him of disrespecting elected leaders.
It was very low kuona kiongozi mwenye amai old position kama hiyo ya Kenya kuita viongozi, ukiita wabunge wa Embu wajinga, umetuita sisi wote wajinga. Na utajiita wajinga, umeita ile watu walichagua sisi wajinga, sababu hatukujipeleka bunge, tulipelekwa na wananchi in their own wisdom.
Yule mwingine kazi ilimshinda, kazi yake ni kutusi viongozi. Wewe ukikuja hapa utuambie ya kwamba Roko ni mtu mjinga, Mundigi ni mtu mjinga, hawa viongozi walichaguliwa hapa ni watu wajinga. Clearly huyu ni mtu ambaye anatusi nyinyi ambaye mmekaa hapa kwa sababu nyinyi ndio mlichagua Roko.
Kama wewe uko na hasira zako na mambo ya visirani, usituletee visirani yako. Please, na tuheshimiane. I repeat, tuheshimiane. Mimi heshima zote nimekupatia, but you must also respect me.
Until Saturday, when he attended a wedding in Limuru, the Deputy President had not been seen in public 2 weeks, leading to speculation about his whereabouts.
Elsewhere, Archbishop Philip Anyolo of the Catholic Archdiocese of Nairobi has condemned the ongoing abductions in the country, calling for immediate action from authorities to end the crimes. Speaking during a church service at the Holy Family Parish Church in Mugumo, Kiambu Sub-County, Anyolo queried the government's inability to provide answers to the trend. Anyolo's remarks were backed by Reverend Canon Evans Omolo, the provost of All Saints Cathedral, who demanded a full report on the kidnappings.
In a passionate address at the Holy Family Parish Church in Kiambu, Nairobi Metropolitan Bishop Philip Anyolo condemned the wave of abductions and killings in the country in recent months.
Hakuna sababu ya kuweza kuchokoza na kuchokonoa maisha ambayo Mwenyezi Mungu ametujalia. Na tunaomba ya kwamba yeyote anayehusika kufanya hivyo, awe ni nani, hana uwezo, hana sababu ya kufanya hivyo, kwa sababu maisha ya mwanadamu ni Mungu tu ndiye anayetujalia.
Sentiments echoed by parish moderator David Nganga, who criticized the Interior's ministry's refusal to take responsibility for the abductions.
Niko na huzuni na niko na uchungu kuona watoto wetu wakitekwa nyara. Mzazi hajui mtoto hako wapi, watoto wao hajui mtoto hako wapi, na serikali pande hii inasema hajui watoto hako wapi. Tungeuliza hata wale wanaendeleza hayo mambo, mtu ajiulize kama angekuwa mtoto wake, ni lipi ungesikia ukiwa kwa roho yako ama kwa moyo wako.
Serikali yetu na kila mmoja, kila familia waweze kuchunga ya kwamba maisha ya kila mmoja wetu yanadhaminiwa na yanalindwa na yanasaidiwa ili ya kwamba tuweze kukomaa kama wananchi ambao tunaweza kusifiana katika maisha yetu ya kibinadamu.
Bishop Anyolo also condemned corruption in the government, but called on Kenyans to be proactive in the fight and take individual action to prevent its spread to future generations.
If there's anything that you are being involved in that is corruption, sio material tu, lakini hata mawazo ya matusi na kisiasa na kutukanana, hiyo ni ufisadi. It means your mind and your heart is corrupt, and when they are corrupt, they cannot wish anything well to the growth of our country and the growth of us as a nation, as human individuals.
The unresolved kidnappings was also a matter of concern in Nairobi, where All Saints Cathedral Provost Reverend Canon Evan Somolo called for a full report on the abductions.
We want to ask for a full report of who is behind these kidnappings, because these offices, the Office of the Director of Criminal Investigations and the Office of the Inspector General of Police, are public and constitutional offices, and Kenyans will hold you accountable.
Moving on, the Kenya National Highways Authority has officially reopened the section of the Nairobi Southern Bypass that has been closed since Tuesday, 24th of December 2024 for maintenance. KENHA Deputy Director of Corporate Communications Samuel Kumba says the repairs involved replacements of expansion joints on 3 sections, including Ole Sereni Bridge, Kibera Overpass and the Ngong Road interchange, after they discovered that the initial joints were failing. He added that the authority is facing the challenge of vandalism of street lights installed to prevent insecurity.
Now there's no any danger for the users of the Southern Bypass, which attracts approximately about 25,000 or so motorists every other day, and that now vehicles can move freely and comfortably. However, as we come back to the new year after the festivities, we want to encourage Kenyans to observe road signages. Do not speed to impress, because that again endangers not only the life of the driver, but also other road users. So we encourage good road behavior so that we do not lose lives unnecessarily on the road.
Elsewhere, an official from the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission was murdered on Sunday morning following a violent robbery at her residence in Utange, Kisauni constituency, Mombasa County. 48-year-old Aisha Abubakar was attacked by 2 armed assailants who broke into her house. Her 18-year-old son was injured and is hospitalized in critical condition.
According to the family members, the incident occurred at around 3 a.m. Sunday when the assailants scaled 2 gates to access Aisha Abubakar's residence before breaking into the house by cutting through the metal grills of the kitchen window.
My mom was attacked kwake nyumbani Utange, and the way it's vile inaonekana, these guys just wanted kumaliza mamangu, which they've achieved. So
wameruka kuta 2, wameruka main gate, wakaingia kwa gate ya pili ambayo ni ya mama, na kuna askari ndani Masai. So vipi, tumeshangaa kuwa wale wamefika paka kwa mama, wakakata grill ya dining, wakaingia ndani ya nyumba na wakafanya uhalifu.
The robbers ransacked the house, making away with assorted household goods.
Wamechukua vitu kidogo sana kwa nyumba. Wamechukua TV na kuna mkoba wa ABC. Wamerarua, wamechukua vitu zile zenye ziko pale ndani, wakawacha ile mkoba pale chini. Hawakuchukua tena kitu kingine zaidi.
The family is calling on the police to expedite investigations and ensure the perpetrators are brought to book.
Serikali ifanye bidii, hawa wahalifu wasimalize wa Kenya kiholela namna ile. Watafutwe vilivyo, lakini mpaka wapatikane. Wamemtoa mama uhai. We don't know why. We are sad.
Sisi as a family tuomba serikali ifanye bidii, wahalifu waliofanya kitendo hichi wapatikane, kwa sababu ni kitendo cha kusikitisha.
Sentiments echoed by Mombasa Senator Mohamed Faki and Kisauni Member of Parliament Rashid Bezimba.
Hatua za haraka kuhakikisha kwamba wale wamehusika wameweza kutiwa mbaroni. Na tunajua siku hizi polisi wana vifaa vya kisasa kuweza kuchunguza na kuweza kuwashika watu kama hawa.
Wafanye uchunguzi wa kina, kuangalia hata majirani kama kuna CCTV, kama askari ambao wako katika maeneo karibu na hapo wanaolinda majumba, kama waliona mtu yoyote ambao wanaofikiria kwamba anaweza kuwa anahusika, ili kusudi ili jambo likome. Kwa sababu ikiwa hawatashikwa, basi haya mambo yataongezeka.
The late Aisha was laid to rest at Kikoani Cemetery.
Fisher folk in Lake Victoria from Migori County have called on the government to enhance the promotion of cage fish farming as a solution to the growing fish deficit in the country. Details of this and more stories in the County News Wrap.
Sori Beach Management Unit Chairperson Hesbon Ouko noted that the drop in fish production in Lake Victoria is making it hard for thousands of fishermen and their families to meet their basic needs. Migori County government has provided fish cages, but the cost of feed and fingerlings is prohibitive.
Naomba serikali kama kuna njia mwafaka, njia ambayo wanaweza kusaidia wavuvi kufanya na cage, sio kazi rahisi kwa sababu ya kununua chakula ya samaki, sio kazi rahisi. 600 kwa junia kwa siku moja, wavuvi hawezi kufanya hivyo.
In order to conserve Kenya's marine ecosystem, the SBM Bank spearheaded a cleanup exercise at Diani Beach. The exercise mopped up 172 kilograms of plastics and 47 kilograms of glass waste from the beach.
Everybody who visits the beach, I'd like them to make sure that they don't come with single-use plastic bottles. These should be disposed elsewhere. They should not be brought to the beach because we've seen the effects of that on marine life.
In Kiambu County, police are searching for a herder who is suspected of stealing and slaughtering 22 cows belonging to his employer in Dingoini, Ndeya, and dumping the cow hides and hooves in Kijabe forests.
Na hata waleo kutoka jana tujapata hata moja, ni mangozi na kichwa. Hasara ni kubwa ya mamilioni ya pesa. Siwezi ng'ombe 22 ukihesabu ng'ombe moja na naite na mandume na mea ni mamilioni ya pesa.
And in Kirinyaga, police officers gathered at Kerugoya police station for their delayed end-year party as they were officially engaged during the festive season. Members of the public were asked to emulate the business community who had cooperated with police in enhancing security in the area.
Wananchi pia nyinyi information patiana information, mkipatiana information hiyo small hiyo cases ziko tutamaliza. Vile magistrate amesema cases mingi ziko hapa ni shamba na succession, na hiyo ina take process cause once mkimalizana kotini mtumie sisi eviction order, inarudi kwa sub county kwanza waangalie, wakuja waangalie, ikipande ikuje kwetu pia. Sisi kama hatuwezi tuna escalate inaenda juu.
Let's now switch gears to Matter Sports, where the Kenyan football fraternity came together in a show of unity during a soccer tournament held to celebrate the life and times of former Kenyan Premier League player, the late Ezekiel Otuoma. Otuoma, a former striker with several local league clubs, among them Ulinzi Stars and Muhoroni Youth, is set to be buried on 11th January in Gem, Ramula, Siaya County.
The tournament, dubbed Wadau for Otuoma, was graced by 30 teams which consisted of former and active players. The football community is yet to come to terms with the loss of the player whose deeds they extolled.
Kuja kumpatia ile support. Na umeona vile watu wamekuja, watu wengi wamekuja, inamaanisha pia football tuko pamoja. Na hiyo unity ndio tunataka kama footballers. Tukue united na kukikuwa na shida, kukikuwa na raha, tukue pamoja, tunasupportiana. Amechezea timu kubwa hapa Kenya. Na ni mtu tunajua alikuwa competitive, ni mtu alikuwa professional, so tunamkumbuka kwa hiyo na ni pole sana kwa sababu Kenya tumelose big player.
Na wamekuja hapa, wengine walikuwa wameonana labda 10 years ago, so wamepatana hapa, so you see football ina unite people, na tusikue tu tunafanya hii kwa sababu mwenda zake, but pia inafaa vitu kama hizi kuleta watu pamoja, wachezaji wa kitambo na pia ma legends kuleta pamoja.
Otuoma passed on December 31st after a battle with motor neuron disease and had playing stints with Ulinzi Stars, Muhoroni Youth, FC Talanta and Western Stima.
Otuoma alikuwa mtu friendly na alikuwa na mabeste wengi. That's why unaona watu wengi wametokea, madem, machali.
But I'm glad to be here, to be part of his send-off tournament. I'm sure wherever he is, he's glad we're doing this.
Mjua for a very long time, kutoka enzi zenye tuseme akianza pia ball. Juu naweza sema tumecheza ball pamoja kwa level ya chini, na alikuwa very determined. Alikuwa very disciplined and determined and very talented. So it's a very sad thing that alipata ugonjwa yenye hatuwezi pata usaidizi.
Otuoma, proceeds from Sunday's football tournament held at Absa grounds in Nairobi will be channeled to settling the burial expenses.
Otuoma in his playing career hakuwa icheza testimonial match ile ya kuaga kwa sababu alikuwa mgonjwa na akawacha kucheza. So this one we are using is as a testimonial match. Alafu pia tunachangisha pesa. So far watu wana target 3.5 million. So that is what watu wanatafuta kwa sasa hivi. But so far naweza sema we are halfway the budget here.
But well, and on that note, we wrap up Good Morning Kenya News at this 6th day of January 2024. By a quick one, Liverpool and Manchester United last night played to an 2-2 draw yesterday night. Many thanks for joining us. My name is Ben Troy. Do have yourself a blessed day and a fruitful year ahead.
Una hakika ni mume wangu mbona? Si karibu amemtaja. Na alikuwa katika mazingira gani akimtaja?
Wewe kutokusoma kumekukosea sana. Haya, huu upuzi umefundishwa na nani?
Ni kuhusu mimba ya Karembo.
Ni nani? Hebu toka nje.
Nipeleke kwa kina Karembo. Karembo nani? Utanipeleka ama? Basi ngoja. Sina muda Nuru. Kama wanipeleka nipeleke, kama uwezi niambie uwezi.
I never heard the music so sweet. I repeat.
Wagwan, me brethren, big things are going. Remember, each and every Monday we have to shell down the place with nothing but the best of smooth reggae vibes in your favorite station. You know these things, man.
Alafu kila Tuesday, kata simu tupo side, giving you Kenyan music from the 254.
And of course, you can spice up your Wednesday by enjoying blazing hot hip hop and R&B jams.
We don't got no label. She say
say she want bottles.
Vibes and vibes as we go all across Africa, Kenya, Nigeria, Ghana, all the way to Tanzania to give you nothing but the best on Afro Thursday. Make sure you make a date with us each and every single Friday with me, DJ_Liza Diva,
DJ Cold,
and me, Wanjiko. This is Club One Extra.
Unanifanya nisikie kunyongwa Hadija ai Mani especially ukisonga.
Air pollution might not be a major concern to most of us, but it is among the leading causes of death in Kenya, and especially right here in Nairobi. The World Health Organization estimates that 19,000 people die annually from air pollution. Today we shift our focus on transport air pollution, its effects on the environment, and most importantly, its effects to you and me, and generally the human life. Transport is one of the biggest contributor to air pollution, and it affects health in many ways, both positively and negatively. Some of its benefits include access to education, employment, goods, services, and leisure, as well as incorporating physical activity into daily living. The transport sector, however, has its setbacks when it comes to the human health and climate change. For instance, air pollution, noise pollution, obesity, greenhouse gas emissions, and injuries. In this case, transport air pollution is one of the leading risk factors for death, but its impacts go even further. And according to Dr. Mwaniki, a climate change expert, air pollution is one of the main contributors to global disease burden.
Air pollution has many impacts. The main concern is its impact on health. Some of the biggest issues is things like asthma, heart diseases, stroke. It has also been linked to premature stillborns, and also some forms of cancer and also diabetes. So it's linked to a lot of diseases. And why this is the case is because when you breathe in that air, the way God made your system, if you eat dirty food, the stomach has acids and a way of getting rid of those elements that get into the food system. Same thing with water, but when you breathe in dirty air, the system did not evolve or was not created to live in polluted areas. So when you breathe in that air, it goes straight to your lungs, and then from the lungs, it penetrates to the bloodstream. So there is no protection mechanism. And because different chemicals are usually in the air, so once they get in the bloodstream, then they affect different organs differently. And that's why you hear it has these very wide health impacts. In the short term, when you breathe that air, you might feel wheezing, coughing. Those are the immediate impacts when you're in a smoky house. But when you're in a room like this or walking around the city, you might not experience those short-lived impacts. But once you breathe those chemicals and get into their bloodstream, then later on they'll have some impact to your health.
To some extent, transport pollution leads to effects on mental health, including risk-taking and aggressive behaviors, depression, and the post-traumatic psychological effects of accidents, which shortens life expectancy. In prenatal, air pollution leads to reduced growth. At birth, it leads to decreased lung growth, reduced lung function, lower respiratory infections, and developmental effects. Pollution concentrations on roads are relatively high, and commuters face unavoidable exposure during commuting as they are near the sources of emissions.
When a car passes through you, Where you are seated or walking, you see the smoke, you smell the gasoline. Transport sector contributes around 40 to 50% of pollution in Nairobi. And the main reason is because there are very limited regulations on how to maintain vehicles.
Transport air pollution plays a major role when it comes to climate change.
Air pollution has a couple of pollutants that also do drive the climate system. And they're called the short-lived climate pollutants. These include particulate matter, things like ground level ozone, NO2, which is more of an air pollution, but because of atmospheric processes, it does lead to formation of ozone. We do have other things like black carbon, which is an air pollutant, is a particulate, but also is a major driver of air pollution.
Greenhouse emissions, which could result from human activities such as burning fossil fuels and deforestation, release gases like carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, hydrocarbons, among others, which have been proven harmful to the human body and the environment into the atmosphere, trapping the heat from the sun, hence causing global warming, which contributes to both health issues and climate change with severe temperature changes. There are several strategies we can, however, apply to curb transport air pollution. For instance, promoting public transportation, which includes the use of buses, trains, and subways, which in turn reduces the number of individual car trips and lowers emissions. Active transportation, which involves walking and cycling, is another step toward reducing transport air pollution, not only in Nairobi, but across the country. The Kenyan government has put in effort towards transitioning to electric vehicles, which is a move that will help reduce emissions and also help curb the risk of transport air pollution. Urban planning is another key strategy, as it involves designing cities to minimize travel distances, integrate residential, commercial, and recreational areas to reduce the need for long commutes. Building climate change resilient infrastructure or investing in infrastructure that adapts to changing climate conditions would also be a possible solution to address the transport changes in Kenya. Remember, let's unite to clear the air, safeguarding our health and the generations to come.
In the field of technology, artificial intelligence, commonly known as AI, has been hitting the headlines over the last years. The goal of artificial intelligence is to make machines to think like humans and perform human-like tasks.
What artificial intelligence is pretty much we've been trying to understand how machines can learn the way humans learn.
A machine that is having this human intelligence, you're just embedded in it, and then it's actually now able to actually do task, definitely using now the complex algorithms under it.
The way I think about AI is it's a tool. As long as human beings have existed, we've been working our way towards an assistant or a tool that can help us. So we've actually always been building AI.
Artificial intelligence has become more popular today, but the term AI was first coined in the 1950s. Advanced algorithms, improvement in computing power and storage are among the features that have marked remarkable evolution in AI.
I was first introduced to AI when I was 12 years old. I didn't know necessarily it was AI, but it was an old scrap computer that had an AI called Eliza, which was the first ever chatbot. You know, the way now we use ChatGPT.
Human intelligence, animal intelligence, and collective intelligence are among other intelligences. This begs the question, how is AI different from other intelligences?
When it comes to the AI, the AI bit of it, artificial intelligence. So this is actually intelligence that has been built by humans. So we're talking about the complexities of algorithms actually being able to like work.
The use of AI in the day-to-day life results to efficiency through task automation, data analysis for informed decisions, assistance in medical diagnosis, among other benefits.
So what artificial intelligence helps you do is that this is a machine that doesn't need sleep, doesn't need to eat, it only needs electricity.
Just think of this superhuman. That's what the machine is trying to do. Not really trying, it's actually doing right now.
So what artificial intelligence does is it gives you superpowers. It can work day and night for your work. So meaning at night, it could be able to create new kinds of money for you.
It's a tool that is actually helping us.
With or without one's knowledge, many have used artificial intelligence as a cutting edge in problem solving, language processing, and e-commerce services.
If you think today, a boda rider is actually able to, complete their trips much easier because they are using Google Maps.
Look at farmers. There's a lot going on when it comes to the farming bit. So we have these agricultural, they're called agricultural officers that go about and tell someone, for this particular bit, the soil texture is like this, the moisture of the soil is like this.
Anybody who's been using a digital lending app like Tala or Branch or Mshwari today is actually interacting with AI in some form or other. If you've ever done anything on YouTube or Facebook, then you've interacted with AI.
Globally, the United States is currently leading in the AI race with over $249 billion investment. According to AI experts, Kenya is also on the race, although there is more to be done.
The government in some of the things that it's already doing is doing the things that will lead us to AI.
What I do appreciate about the Kenyan government is that it's really focusing its ICT strategy to allow more people to upskill in digital, right? Not just AI, how do you use computers and then be able to use artificial intelligence.
So we need infrastructure, right? You need electricity, right? We are doing a lot in terms of geothermal electricity, in terms of wind, so we can have a lot of renewable energy that powers AI, because AI is essentially power. You're using power to run data centers which store data.
Despite its enormous benefits, especially in dealing with big data, the subject of AI is surrounded with myths and misconceptions. Different people hold different opinions regarding AI and the effects it has on human labor.
So a lot of people would say things such as AI is going to take a job. The reality is that it's not AI that's going to take over your job. It's the person who learns how to use AI well who's probably going to take over your job, because they're going to be more efficient.
AI will lead to unemployment, but it will also lead to employment. In a recent study by the International Labour Organization, it showed that AI will actually lose in Africa 1% of jobs, while it will increase jobs by 16%.
AI itself is actually depending on humans, on what kind of data are we actually giving out. And as much as we're saying no, let's see where we're actually heading in the future. I'm not saying that it's going to actually take away, it's going to actually purely replace humans. But for now, what we can actually say is that AI is actually working with humans. AI is actually working with humans because we are the ones giving out the data.
With the fear of the possibility of AI taking over jobs, the question still remains: what should be the strategy to ensure one does not lose his or her job to AI?
Upskill yourself. So now the new packages are AI tools, AI skills. Go and learn them. Go and download, go and access ChatGPT, sign up for it. Go and download, Meta, Imagine, and create some, content for yourself and learn and play with it, create music, So really it's about people also teaching themselves and upskilling themselves. So learning the new packages. And now they're free. A lot of them are free. You don't have to go to some place and pay. It's free. All you're paying for is internet.
We are in a space where Either you like it or not, this particular technology is here with us. What you can actually just do is embrace.
My message to Kenyans is that we really have a big opportunity here. Our governments have a great opportunity to continue empowering people into the digital world. We have a great opportunity to be able to be leaders on the continent, to be able to show what is possible and to use it to not only become more food secure, but to become a healthier nation, a much smarter nation, and to improve the world.
Indeed, you are watching Good Morning Kenya. My name is Mike Migu. Welcome to Eye on Politics, where we explore the political landscape within the country. And in studio already, my guest is here. That is Wakili George Kithi, who is the advocate of the High Court. Karibu sana.
Asante sana.
We are also expecting Wakili Gibson Gisore, who is also the advocate of the High Court as the program continues. And how has your year started?
Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year to you too.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yes.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah.
We hope to have a better year.
Yes.
It matters economy. It matters rule of law.
Yeah.
Obviously, we have the problem of now. It's like a pandemic, abductions.
Yeah.
We hope it can stop. It's uncouth.
Yes.
It shouldn't have a place in a society.
Yes.
And then we should also learn to tolerate each other. We're going to continuously be irritants to each other, obviously because the space of communication and expression continue to expand. It's not just the Facebook and the X spaces. There are many others that are going to come. If you take a public office, just understand one thing. It's not your private office. It's a constitutional given place where you hold that place in trust for Kenyans. It's Kenyans who speak what they want for that office. So the earlier that is, we learn about the dispensation of the Constitution and what it wants with those offices, read with Article 1 on sovereignty, you're going to either give up public offices or take it knowing what you're getting yourself into. It's going to be even more nasty. Kenyans don't care anymore, don't fear power anymore, because that's what we wanted. Dilute power as much as possible so that those that are in leadership are responsive to the people. And I think we're headed there. It's a transition in terms of testing the constitutional environment. So it was going to have its own challenges, especially for those that are in power. But eventually they will learn the hard way that Kenyans are resilient. And it's going to head there because that's what the Constitution wants.
Yes.
In fact, that's the architecture of the Constitution.
And it's also going to be a very interesting time politically in the country. You have to agree to
No, campaigns are starting now.
Yes.
So those
unofficially.
Yes, unofficially there'll be campaigns.
Yeah.
Because you angle out the formations, political formations are coming.
Yeah.
Then ethnicity is going to be higher because the ethnic interests are going to be more diverse. And therefore the national fissure in terms of interest is going to expand more. There'll be more fault lines and therefore more criticism, especially to government. Those that are outside government will be forming themselves much more, in fact, much more and higher decibels in criticizing government, so that, because they want to get into government. Government will be more defensive. Probably government will roll out more projects just to pan out an environment so that it has a more stable environment to campaign for itself. So there'll be those dynamics. But we hope money circulates.
Yes.
Yeah. We hope, above all, the Kenyan is comfortable and much better in terms of the lifestyle that is lived, because things weren't very good last year.
In other words, the economic environment gets better.
It has to, because the one who manages the economy has to promise something.
Yes.
You know, promise of future is different from promise of the past. A record is easy to investigate because we have now a lot of tools to investigate that, include the people themselves, internet and such records. But if you're saying, I will do this for you, it's futuristic. So it's easy to campaign if you're outside than if you're inside. So yes, we will, I think, have a more stable environment because mistakes such as abduction, economic pressure on the people, strikes by teachers, by doctors, by this, that's not good. So probably there'll be more discipline in terms of how those that are in power handle people or Kenyans.
All right.
Yes.
All right. Let's look at what is making headlines in our local dailies, and we are starting with the Daily Nation. Rough start for schools. Millions of learners will resume learning in primary, junior and secondary schools today amid various challenges that have continually plagued Kenya's basic education sector. Schools will reopen without the 50% annual capitation due to them. While some learning centers will not have classrooms to host grade 9 learners. Additionally, some schools have not received textbooks under the government program as bookshops countrywide continue to turn away parents seeking to buy the learning materials. That story is told on page 2 and 3 of the Daily Nation. The aspect of capitation and inadequate learning facilities. How should the government approach this going forward?
I think it's a question of planning. Being in the government, by the way, is very difficult. It's not easy. Being at the top, getting resources, balancing the interests of the different sectors in government vis-a-vis the political interests. And many other interests that subdue clarity is not an easy job. So getting into leadership of a country like this, which is very ambitious, I can say it's extremely ambitious because they prompt a lot. They cajole a lot. They want more and more, and so there's no day you'll do your best. If you're out, it's easy to say you did this, you did this road, but when you're inside, it's not going to be a good relationship with the people. So balancing all that with the lean government that the Constitution has prescribed in terms of limits, you have to work within those limits. However, and there's now more scrutiny, we've left rule of law in the context of human rights, we've moved to economic rights, which is what the Gen Z protests last year were all about, economic rights in terms of budgeting, appropriation and all that. So in the entire budget cycle, there's a lot of scrutiny too. So you don't have full liberty upon yourself. The people continue to exercise the sovereignty over all many sectors, including the economic rights now. So what has been distinct and dominant is the economic rights. Come back to the planning and allocation of resources to different sectors. I do think that education is key, but planning and knowing what to do and doing what you have to do are two different things. I believe that there are three types of people. The first one is a theorizer, an armchair theorizer who says Kenya needs to have a new airport, blah, 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 all that. Or even in your own cycle, you will meet those people who theorize a lot, but functionally they are different. They can work. There are those that they have to be employed for them to function. So they basically transform. They're the ones who transform the theory into, something on paper. And that's in planning. So we have that in Kenya. We have very good theorizers. We have very good planners. This education was planned, and I think the results could also be seen if you look at the transition and everything. Now, monetize that, plan that such that everything falls into time. Those are called executors. We don't have that in Kenya. Very poor execution of everything. And you realize that the Kenyans become impatient because a promise has been transmitted from, the roadside promise and everything into probably a theory of sorts. Kazi kwa vijana, Hustlers Fund, all that. At execution, look at Hustlers Fund. At execution, look at Kazi kwa vijana. Look at everything. Execution is difficult. But the person who appoints people to execute for him must know they execute for him. So if you appoint somebody because of political connection, he won't execute. Yet you want an executioner. And therefore it won't be done. That's where pilferage happens. That is where failure happens. So if you want to doom yourself into failing, then appoint your friends to execute for you, because there's very little you can do to friends who have supported you to get into power. So yes, there is a moral probably there's a more justification for you to appoint someone who you are together. But in terms of the execution, realize that he's not the right person. So keep on shuffling them and moving them from one minister to another. By the time you're moving them from one minister to another, just know that you're failing because you're moving a problem from one place to another. It doesn't mean that if you move someone from finance to sports, sports is a lesser place. There are people there who rely on sports for their entire life. They have to play football, for instance, to manage their lives and feed their children and take people to education. So the education sector, you can see the transition from Magoha and the planning then, and the people who've supported, who've been at the top in managing education until where we are. If the vision of the planners then had been transmitted into proper executioners, the planning effect could have been realized in terms of timelines. We're having that problem because, I have said, money allocations is a problem. You need to have visibility and clarity away from the political turmoil that you're going to have every time. Yes. And I've said Kenyans are very demanding, obviously because of very expanded middle class, and probably a generation that is up in arms because of the globalization availability of information on what is right, what is wrong. So it's a very educated society. Move that and look at the environment of execution. You execute technical issues using political means in the way you make the appointments, then there's going to be a problem. And I think that's where we are in terms of education.
Let's hold on to that point, because the issue of capitation has always been a thorn in the flesh, and we are going to talk about it when we come back from this short break. Don't go too far.
It's Sanjay. Why does everyone think our names are Patel? My name is Sanjay, period. Sanjay.
I want to marry 3 wives at the same day. They both say at the same time, I do.
Wanaume wacheni umpeya. Just speak it out so that every one of us can get the joke. You would understand it, even if we drew it for you.
Are we about to witness a case of domestic violence? Man down. We have to save Kinanzi. We have to save our comrade. Wait. Listen, girlfriends.
Got the fear of missing out? Want to keep up with all the latest entertainment news and latest celebrity gossip? From the latest rumors to popping events to the newest fashion trends, here is where you get all the tea or juice when it comes to entertainment, and you get it served on time. All that and so much more on Grapevine every single Monday from 10 p.m. and a rerun every Tuesday from 2 p.m. only on KBC Channel 1. Remember, if you did not see it on Grapevine, then it most probably never happened.
All right, you're watching Good Morning Kenya. My name is Mike Migu, and I'm having this conversation with none other than Wakili George Kithi. Now, before we went on a break, there's something about capitation. It has always been a problem. Almost every time, school heads complaining that capitation has not been released. So, henceforth, how is this? Are we going to see changes going forward? Because the government says it is in the process of releasing over 48 billion shillings to schools for the first term.
Well, a government is a bureaucracy. So there are many processes that need to be effected. If you're an officer in government, you would rather be beholden to the system provided in place so that you are safe. Because if you bypass a system and records are incomplete, and you execute the right thing without the process being right, notwithstanding whether you've, in the process, no loss has been suffered by government, you are still liable to be prosecuted. It's called abuse of office. So if the government places a procedure for appropriation, whether it's parliament or anything that needs to be done, has not been done, there's nothing you can do to move money until that which must be done in the process is done. And it's not a single thing, nor 2 or 3 things. There are multiple of things that are involved in end processes for you to be able to appropriate and procure any disbursement. Number 2 is there's priorities that need to be catered for. For instance, there are salaries that must be paid to the discipline forces and to the community of the public officers that serve the public. Those ones probably come first before even the sector, the education sector, as you've raised. But how government works, again, is the coercive element that becomes where the government becomes more responsive. For instance, the discipline forces, you wouldn't want a problem with them.
Yes.
Number 2 is, if you put doctors and teachers, depending on the context, if it's probably next to exams or the political environment, may have an upper hand over doctors in terms of allocation and facilitation for payments, for whatever reason. But at times, doctors probably are more coercive in the demand, in the priority of hierarchy of, the payments and disbursement. Schools are opening, but we're headed to a political environment now where criticism becomes an issue to appeal to the public. So decisions are not just made for the good of Mwananchi, it is made for survival of whoever is making decisions. And therefore, fast forward is the convenience of the term and the context. But number 2 is the government's need to exist and continue to subsist. That's perpetuity of the government for the term allocated. So it will make decisions that are political. So if the head teachers, probably their voice is less, they're less coercive, they won't get that money early. Others are going to get that money, other sectors. But it is important for government to know also that planning is everything. There's no day I don't think this country will lack money completely, because on a daily basis we collect money to fund those sectors, including education. How that's appropriated, for instance, money can be used for Jamhuri Day, the largesse of that function as an allocation of funds that eats into the public coffers, as opposed to a school funding for classrooms for a region such as Turkana or somewhere, because we lack classrooms in certain areas as we move into the new term, is an issue. So the question of planning, where the government works together and checks on what needed where, becomes important. Disjointed government and interests that need to be funded too, because the government funds certain interests are personal. I think is the problem. So yes, this problem has been there, but because, and it's perpetual, but because there's a cycle of change in management of education at the top every time, either through reshuffles or through change of governments, you come in when you don't have a memory of the problem that was there, because you are coming with a different policy. Now, applying that policy in the newness of occupation of office lacks the sensitivity of the experience of the last, and therefore, obviously, is going to be consistent, it's going to be persistent. Suffice it to say, therefore, that the problem with government, although we put it in the constitution such as that, is perpetual, and it's no amount of change of the leadership at the top, including the presidency or the executive, would compromise the continuation of the government. The truth of the matter is, the personnel with memory, with a zeal, and with intent, because you see, you perceive with a certain heart of passion. If that is removed, then it's good as dead. That's why we have many many policies in government for implementation in the shelves are dusting, obviously because of lack of the passion to implement. And of course, like I said, government orients itself to priority on account of the national the context of the national situation. So it's situational. We deal with this because people are making noise, and it continues to be bullied and bullied and bullied. So it's a question of planning. If you plan well, then you don't get bullied by the noise of the society. You continue to plan ahead, and such things won't happen. But remember, we're always asking for an ideal. When you're government, the public becomes an irritant. When you're working for the public, although you wanted that office to serve the public, but the demands of the public that are persistent and consistent, you look at them as irritants, and therefore it becomes a push and pull and frictional because you think they're demanding more. It's the duty of the public to demand, and that must be one of the things that they say has to be fixed. Education sector is more important because it is where we all survive from. We must be educated to be able to work and invest.
Speaking matters of education have also been highlighted by the Standard newspaper. They are saying here, education system at a crossroads. Schools opened today amid storm of challenges, teachers' shortages, incomplete classrooms, delayed funds, and nationwide safety concerns. Parents, students, and educators brace for the unpredictable as grade 9 transition under CBC kicks off, and protests loom over abductions and governance failures. That is a story you will read on page 4 of the Standard newspaper. Still on matters education here, they're saying 1.5 million learners are expected to transition from grade 8 to 9 this week. And now, in terms of facilities, the number of classrooms that the government had planned to build was 18,000, but so far they have built 3,500 classrooms that have been built across the country, and the number of classrooms that are in various stages of completion remain at 7,500. Total number of classrooms projected but are yet to be built stand at 7,000. What happens to those grade 9 students who do not have, or schools where these classrooms have not even been started building?
You see, the government is a command structure. So you'll be told as the principal of a school or the headmaster to educate the children and make sure they're educated. So how you share the resources available is really up to you and your planning. So whether you will teach students in shifts, whether they'll sit on a tree, you have to do what needs to be done because you have been ordered to execute the intention of government or the order of government or the instruction. But the convenience of the student is what then is compromised. So you see, the government has employed the teacher. The teacher is going to teach at whatever condition that you place the teacher. If it's, the students are going to sit on stones or rocks, on logs, he's going to go to school and teach and leave. But then the student suffers the consequences. So we should be discussing the student welfare here in matters of education in that instability, because half of more than 50% of the projection has not been executed. Reason is either lack of funds, poor planning, or just sheer complacence in government. How do you speed up that? You will speed up when there's a crisis. So the day there's a crisis, it becomes a crisis in government, and therefore is going to be implemented and executed in a manner that is rapid towards execution and full completion when it becomes a crisis. And therefore government responds, whether there's threat for crisis or there's a crisis, an actual crisis, constructively. It's not a crisis now. In a week or so, it's going to be at its highest in terms of the noise that are going to be made and the disorganization. So they'll want to fix it in a hurry and therefore fix it chaotically. The other thing also, just know that when it is a disaster, anywhere where there's a disaster, it's where money is used most. The wanton wastage comes, and the opportunity for that personal gain is when there's a disaster. When there's a pandemic, floods, because accounting it is difficult, and this. Yes. So poor planning is one of the ways where you create spaces for chaos, and therefore, in terms of use of funds, it becomes more expensive, and therefore more business, and therefore you make more money. Whoever was planning, if had planned it so well, we would have all those classrooms, the 18,000 classrooms. And therefore, where would you make the money? But now that there'll be a crisis, there will be opportunities for instance, direct tendering, and so on and so forth. So there is no reason why this has not been done, to be honest, except for poor planning and for intentions that are illegal.
What does it speak to the quality of education that these learners are going to get? And also, on the other hand, we are talking about teachers, the morale of the teaching fraternity.
It's going to be bad. And also for the students, unfortunately, this is probably a test case for the eventuality of a new education system that we're implementing. We should have been worried that the transition has to be perfect or almost perfect. But I don't think we are there yet. We are threatening it because purely of infrastructural dysfunctionality. I do think that it's complacency and sloth and complacency within the administration. It can't be called out in any other way. But you see, in this government, constantly, not just this government, the government that we've seen, the evidence is the voice that's heard is the voice that carries the day. So students don't have an association where they can lobby for themselves and say, we don't have classrooms, we don't have desks. They won't be heard. Teachers have a problem because unless they go through their union, which is a welfare-based for themselves, the infrastructure is different. And by the way, they can't say we are downing our tools because we don't have classrooms. It's not like the doctors who say the facilities in which we treat our patients are bad and therefore we're downing their tools. It's hard for a teacher to say, I'm downing my tool because I don't have facilities. You know why? Because other schools have those facilities. So it is a disheveled, disoriented environment without consistency in how implementation is done.
Yes.
However, you realize there's something called interest in government. So if I'm cabinet secretary and I come from a certain place, the infrastructure in that place is probably better built and modernized or whatever it's implemented than other places. You realize, therefore, that those that are suffering are those without leadership in government. Because those that are in government will pull towards developing their interests where they come from, because probably of political, enabling themselves politically or otherwise pure bias on account of the ethnic background that they come from, or regional, or whatever it is. So it's hard to see a person, for instance, from Kisii, heading Ministry of Education, concentrating on Kilifi alone, concentrating on Taita alone, concentrating on Turkana, and leaving Kisii. So has to do Kisii first. If you come from Meru, do Meru first. And eventually, therefore, you realize those that have had their people in power within the infrastructure of education, they are more developed. They have national schools, and such differences are obviously because it's promoted by national government. They have it better. If infrastructure for instance education had been devolved, then the interest would have been different because the people themselves, through their county, ideally, of course we are saying ideally because some counties are completely dysfunctional, ideally would have implemented the process and therefore known that if you don't have these classes, it's going to be a crisis for ourselves. The problem with government is one, that which belongs to all belongs to none. So something that is for national government, really giving it the attention that you need, as opposed to if it was your personal thing, is where probably the interests draw at the borderline. So if it is for government, it must be implemented as if it affects the individual as a person, because it does. But it's public, it's for all. And we call that the tragedy of commons. That which is common really is not personal, so it belongs to nobody. And therefore, you realize that they wanton wastage on account of the tragedy of commons principle, where then, because it's for the entire government, it isn't for none of us in terms of how we take care of it. And it shouldn't be that way. There's wanton wastage. And some of it is even in delay, complacency, and lack of, the creativity within the process. To see there's a problem in a certain area, the creativity there is very different in terms of implementation than other places. So this is a crisis that obviously is ahead of us in a few days. If it becomes a proper crisis, of course the government will deal with it. If it doesn't become a proper crisis, then yes, deal with it as individuals.
I'm also looking at the practicality of a situation where schools have been directed. Here, the Ministry of Education has directed principals to accommodate learners in classrooms initially intended for students joining Form 1. What happened? Because there's primary schools or junior schools that are not close to secondary schools.
Yes. Especially in rural areas.
Yes.
But they don't care. They don't care because, you see, you make those decisions because you've been caught off guard. So you're looking for a way to, you have to make a pronouncement to be seen to solve a crisis, but the practicality is an impossibility. Yet you say it because that's a directive. Now, when you tell the head teachers to do that, they don't have to do it because they won't do it because it's impossible. Where I come from, my primary school and the secondary school could be, very far. We already have a problem looking for school fees for the students in transitioning from where they are to those centers. But you assume the convenience of your thought process, in the convenience of the thought process, that if you give that directive, it's going to be implemented seamlessly. When the practicality is oriental to the different facets of the education learning centers that we have, and therefore you don't have a data of inspection so that you make that pronouncement. You see, if you had uniformity, how the institutions in Nairobi are oriented is the same as those in Turkana, then you can make that pronouncement. But without the data of that convenience of a statement, and you still make it, I think is unreasonable.
Yes.
And therefore an abuse of even your office, and completely, you're punishing, not just because that directive is to the principals or heads of schools, but the person you're punishing are children, innocent children for that matter, who basically would depend on your mouth, how you pronounce yourself using your mouth, so that they suffer or they have comfort. And I think roadside, why would it get there? You didn't see it coming until you are now caught off guard, because that's really being caught off guard. I think it's wrong. Government needs to do its best. They may be doing their best, but the fact that it's uncoordinated is probably what then the public consumes as dysfunctional. Yet it could have been done better.
And it's going to be one of the challenges that are going to be very evident in this first term during learning. We all know IBC should be there. We all know education. Terms will open, semesters are going to open. There'll be for exams, KCSE, and people are going to transition to universities. We all know that. How come then we get to that you have to make a pronouncement for a first aid of sorts so that something can be done, yet you had all the time in terms of planning? There's something wrong. And I think, you sometimes pity the president. If you have appointed someone and he gets you there, it's a problem. So, I don't know, it's his appointment, like it is said. He takes responsibility ultimately for the chaos in government, because he brought it himself. He's the one who brought the people to work for him, how he supervises them, whether they fear him, they don't, whether they are friends, they're not, it's his responsibility. So politically he will respond to how the government forms itself and works for the people on account of how he has formed the government. So ultimately, the buck stops with him, because he's the creator of all this system and probably the supervisor of all this system. So the executive takes blame on account of the fact that it is supposed to ensure, in terms of supervision, things are implemented on account of timelines. We're in this country with timelines. We'll have election, we'll have schools opening, we'll have timelines. We have to harvest, we have to sell to the market, we have rains. You plan within the context of timelines that is given by God and not by yourself, and you can't do anything about it.
There'll be day, there'll be night. You have to plan around the same.
Yeah.
There'll be a month, there'll be a week, and there'll be the whole year. And there'll be a cycle of sorts.
Yes. There's a story captured on the front page of the Standard still. President faces challenges in bid to rebuild image. You will read that story on page 8 of the Standard newspaper. Analysts say the president should work on how his policies are communicated. This will be the final working year before embarking on re-election campaigns. What do you think of that?
You see, the president is a very good communicator in person.
Yes.
If you have a one-on-one and you debate with him, those who have had advantages of talking to him, but he's very good at communicating. He has a problem, he's not an implementer. The president is not good at execution. So he has to rely on people to execute for him. Those people are failing him.
Yes.
Number two is, even when something is executed with good intentions, or is being executed with good intention, either the process or the end,
yes,
it has to be explained to the people, disseminated to them, decoded to them in a manner as to understand what the government is. You know, the government is a monstrous thing, it's a big thing. So you have then to relate to the people. You have to be organic to the people. If you're not, then you distance yourself from the people, which is what is happening now. I have seen the president painstakingly trying to take care of that environment in terms of appointing, people in departments to communicate for the government, spokespersons. I have seen him saying in justification, of course, I know it was political, but saying he needed an assistant who can communicate properly on his behalf and for government. He has done all that. It's still not working. It's not. Obviously, because he must communicate the language that people understand. And the people understand this language, not from press conferences. It's relational. What I have done, what I show you to be doing, and the resultant effect. So you can tell me, for instance, we have a better economic situation in the country, but it's not better.
It's not being felt.
Yes. So if you become a liar, I mean, people call you a liar.
Yeah.
And obviously because of how you package your communication. You know, when you say the economy is good, it's different from the economy is improved. Those are two different things. So you continue to suffer from your communication because people call you a liar when if you had shut up, you wouldn't be a liar. So it's a creature of your own undoing. So the government communication must be precise and also fear the resultant effect of what you say. Number two, 10 people, so that the bravado, jingoism, chest thumping goes away. It is coming back, by the way. It is coming back. It is what led to protests, partly fuel, rather, not even led, but fuel the protest. The jingoism is still creeping back, completely without the president's own, probably, blessing. But people around him are chest thumping now, probably feeling like, I mean...
The big man syndrome.
Yes. The big man syndrome has its measure of elasticity. It reaches an end because kings come and go and regimes come and go. Through, you can expire through death, you can expire through, including a revolution. So don't excite the people that you rule into coercively submitting to you. I think rule so that there is parity in the manner in which you rule them and some form of acceptability, which is the equilibrium we're looking for. So we agree the economy is bad, you're going to taxes, we agree, but communicate and tell us that this tax is going here. But if you tell us this tax is going here, and then the effect is not going there, that becomes a problem. We are not a first world, by the way. We are still a socialist set. We still subscribe to, our socialism, African socialism.
Yeah.
And therefore, the capitalism effect, where we're supposed to understand coerciveness of capitalism as against socialism, won't work. At least now. Maybe 50 years, 100 years from now, we don't know. But we're not there yet. Number two is, it's what priority, the priority effects. So if you're going to move priority in terms of industrialization or industrial growth into something else, communicate too. Do you know the power of communication is very important? You can do the best on earth, but without that communication, it's a problem. So I believe God sent Jesus Christ to the world purely to communicate that I'm God, but this is how I am. So you misunderstand me because of the history of Moses and all. But as of now, my communication to you is through the instrument of a Bible, and these are the things that you need to look into. And it sets out the parameters of human relationship with God through communication. The Bible should not have been written if it was obvious that we're going to decode that information. But it had to be put into place so that God communicate to the people. And the Quran exists so that then God communicate to the people. And therefore, we must be able to communicate. I think government must improve its communication. I don't know what they're going to do because already they expended so much time.
I wanted to ask you, do you see a chance where the government is going to change its approach in the way it communicates its policies or projects to?
It depends on the president. But the president is fast at releasing information by roadside or every opportunity he gets. We shall do this, we shall do this. He shouldn't do that. I think if he fixes that, it will be very easy for him because remember, certain things we communicated that fall onto bad ears of the people. I mean, or the people don't receive it well. You can always walk away because you'll have tested waters through the type of communication that you want. His cabinet is very passive at communicating the right thing, or they're not even believed. The believability here is an issue. When he says it himself, he risks being called a liar when something doesn't work out. So the manner in which he organizes communication is probably the biggest issue he should deal with now than whether he's doing great things or small things. I do know that he is trying to fix the politics and the political environment so that he has a good transition, probably if he's towards his re-election. That is okay. But why should you get into such a situation where you are really hated? Hated because you don't communicate with the people properly. Not communicating to the people probably heralds something like taking the people for granted, which is wrong. If the president fixes his communication lines, that would be good for him. Because, to be honest, I think he's not doing bad things every day. But those good things, the bad things are seen because obviously bad things are more dominant than good things. But even those good things are not said to even exist. And therefore, the content throughout is the bad.
Let's take a break and we'll still come back to that issue and also address the aspect where leaders are trading barbs right here on Good Morning Kenya. Keep it KBC Channel 1.
Technology has become a crucial part of our society. Without technological advancements, so much of our everyday lives would be drastically different. As technology develops, it strives to fulfill the changing needs of society. This means that technology exists to help us achieve the things that we wouldn't be able to achieve without it. Take on Tech looks at the advantages and downside of technological innovation in a world that is becoming increasingly dependent on new digital technologies. Every Monday at 10:30 p.m.
Wakati mambo yanaonekana kwenda segemnege, sharti mkakati ufanywe ili kuhakikisha kwamba kila kitu kipo sawa kama sahani na kawa.
Unabati kuwa mimi ni mtu mpole na sipendi mshike.
Kati yako na mimi, ni nani anayemjua babake Masha vizuri?
Utepetevu na mahaba ya ujana yanazua timbwili baina ya Pascal, Linda na Rama, vijana walioasi maadili bila kujali tago wala jando.
Hapa tunakupa vidonge na maji ya kumezea
katika tamthilia bab kubwa ya Lawama.
Umepanga kunimaliza.
Na maudamu. Ngoja kwanza nataka kukuelezea kitu. Ni
customer ameirisha nini?
Anataka kokiteli.
Surprise me with anything.
Surprise! No.
Akili sio vyombo vya wageni. Najua saa zingine jisikilizange ukiongea.
Dalimo, bila odeli.
Niliambiwa aloiba vitu zangu alikuwa ni mtu amevalia surupwenye ya kijani kibichi na viatu vya mwalimu jini. Surupwenye na mwalimu chini tumefanya nini?
You're still watching Good Morning Kenya. My name is Mike Miguel. Having this conversation with Wakili George Kithi. We were expecting to have Wakili Gibson Gisore, but I'm informed he is not able to make it. But the show must continue. Before we went on a break, we were addressing the matters to do with government communication. Why is it important that they need to have a centralized system where government information, anything to do with their policies, projects, and everything else needs to come from?
Well, first, communication, we put as a right, a constitutional right for the public. Government must communicate. In many institutions, we put calendars where the president addresses parliament, and government institutions become responsive or are made to be responsive to the people through communication and giving account on what needs to be done and happen. So that's important. Number two is communication is the basis of perception. And therefore, if the communication is not properly aligned, the government and whatever institution is beholden to execute the communication may not set out the agenda to the people so that people can make their decisions properly. For instance, in public participation, the people need to be communicated. Information will be disseminated and decoded to them in a manner such that they understand the context for them to be able to participate in public participation and give their views. That's communication. If there's anything that government wants to do, appropriate funds, use funds of the public, because government doesn't come into power with its own money, it uses public money. The right of the citizen under Article 1 and all provisions of the Constitution and law made thereunder becomes distinct and sacrosanct. Suffice it to say, therefore, that communication is not just a favor. It is a bounden duty on part of government to communicate. And not just communicate in the pretense of it, communicate properly and disseminate properly and rightly so. The correct information and all material that must be communicated must be communicated. Remember, there's material that can be communicated, such as in matter of security, state security, and so on and so forth. But that which is not exempted must be communicated in public. A question that continues to, not just this government, but every other government, was the public debt. What is the public debt? Where do we stand? We don't know. And that's oriental because who pays the debt? So how come you pay me a debt that you do not know the quantum? You don't know how much it is. How come you pay me for money you purportedly gave me, or I'm supposed to pay in a certain context, but I do not know how much it is? Why is that so difficult? That question is being litigated in court But the public went to court because there's no communication. Look, even in a daily, the daily activities of the government and public, there are certain things that are perception of secrecy. And when there's perception of secrecy, there's perception of corruption, perception of misdeeds. And, and that gets heated to get its own life and therefore becomes something of a friction between government and its people. And yet we need an environment and a perception of good intention, good faith from government. So the government, to be able to cover itself in terms of good faith to the people, it must have a good communication system. One that is functional and one that is believable when executed. For now, I think the government has failed. We have a good communicator in the president, but he gets into headwinds most of the time on account of the fact that he takes responsibility when he shouldn't. He must take responsibility as the figure that towers over all that for purposes of correcting that which is wrong and be seen to give direction. He can't give direction at the beginning, but when things are bad, be seen to give a different direction because he must give a direction howsoever. And therefore, I don't know why they're not getting it right, but I think, again, you fix that through appointments that honestly are not professional. I'm not saying the people who are there are not professional. I'm just saying that the appointments, there are better people to do it. They're doing their best, but I know, and I will tell you, I know even in that department there's infighting. Yes, there is infighting, we know it. You can't just hide. Some of them are friends and are colleagues and so on and so forth. We know that they live in a certain environment that is toxic, obviously, because you want to communicate a problem between this public officer and this public officer, and you must package it in a certain way to lie to the public. And that becomes, and yet the public will know because it experienced the friction somewhere and so on and so forth. I mean, you can't lie when you're in government. That's the problem. And if you want to subscribe to lying, then we have tools as a public to be able to discover that. Remember, we know even pay slips of people. Yeah, we do. We know families. We know. So really, if you're in government, just do your thing because the constitutional prescription is you hold that office, interest for the people. But if you can't, I would like to see somebody who resigns from a government position because he can't execute his responsibility in truth. That will be more important. But the debate among Kenyans is consistently and persistently negative on government because of poor communication. Let it explain itself with the touch of the people and to be seen to be working for the people and working for themselves. That becomes more important. And if lack of it is a bad thing because it becomes dysfunctional and it orients certain rumors from the people, which becomes more and better way of consuming information. Rumors are sweeter, by the way, than the truth at times.
Okay, all right. There's also the issue of abduction that is actually the talk within the country as of now, and there's so much pressure on the government to take responsibility, especially from the clergy who are urging investigations to be conducted and information on it relayed to the public, failure to which both the IG and the head of the DCI ought to resign. But there's also the question of is there a limit to the freedom of expression from your standpoint as a lawyer?
Yes, there's a limit to the freedom of expression. You must express yourself within the confines of law and the boundaries set out. But again, if you exceed the limits, you can only be punished under law, not at the whim and the emotion of another person. If you have exceeded the freedom that has been set out in law, which is delineated ordinarily, meaning if you do certain thing, we'll punish you this way. I think the convenience of coercive power given to you as a public officer, to use it to abduct, kill, maim, harm, hurt, is a cheaper and I think convenient way of doing it, but it's not sustainable. It's cheaper because you only need a Subaru and a bullet to execute a person and the officer to execute the person. But they'll kill 1, 2, 3, and the public will come for you as an uproar. That position which you hold will transition into someone else, either at that time or sometimes later. And then you will be responsible. It is not available in this constitutional dispensation for a public officer to kill another because he's been insulted. In fact, you should be insulted and called stupid if you're stupid. I'm sorry to use that word, for the reason that that is the only way to threaten you and to pump fear into your heart to be responsive to the voice of the people. Remember, when people get into power, they know what they're getting themselves into with excitement. But if you get there, we'll continuously pump fear into your heart by condemning what you do, by criticizing you, and sometimes, yes, insulting you. And that's not bad behavior. It is good behavior because we target you so that you deliver to the people. We must continue to pump heart in the hearts of public officers for them to be responsive to the people because they're not responsive. Fear is where you know that I touch this money, the public will come for me. I kill this person because he's insulted me, the public will come for me. That's the only way that we're going to have the rule of law into place. Fear, therefore, must be part of the administration in the cause of justice. Fear for the rule of law is that if I do something, I may be punished and I may be jailed. And in law, that's important. In fact, it's one of the the principles in penology where then punishment becomes a deterrent. You Kenyans, and I repeat, Kenyans, the law prescribes in penology the principle of punishment, deterrence. So the more you pump fear into those in leadership, you're executing a constitutional principle in deterrence. Deterrence must exist in society. People must fear.
But to what limit? To what limit should people hold leaders accountable? Because you find people using sometimes very unprintable words.
Exactly. So deterrence has its limit. We must deter and continue to pump fear into the hearts of those that are in public. But they have families too. In fact, they have brothers and sisters. So also, you cannot do that to break the law. When you do it, you must be punished. Punished because we've said this is how you'll be punished. Not by being killed. You'll be killed if you commit robbery with violence, treason, or murder. Period. No any other way. If it is not, then you have to go through the process of law. You know, the process of law is not attractive because it is slow. Somebody will go there, you charge him, he gets a bond, he comes out, and he continues to live with his life. One day he's going to be jailed or punished. But that is exactly what we go through, every one of us. That's what we agreed. If we say, if somebody takes a plea and jailed at the same, let's say it. Let's change the law. But we can't change it because it is wrong. And therefore, if somebody commits a wrong, he must go through the process of the legal criminal justice process so that is executed. And by there, at times, even using a foul language is not wrong. Just like killing is not always wrong. Killing another human being is not always wrong. There's justification at times. You get into your house, your daughter is being raped. You will kill that person out of the passion of the time at that instant. And that's not wrong. Even using foul language at times in itself is not wrong. But whether it's wrong or right, the suspicion is that it's an offense that will be committed. The person to say it is a magistrate or a judge. It is not for you to take a bullet into his head or abduct the person. So it is cheap, very cheap in today's dispensation, constitutional dispensation, for you to abduct people on account of silencing them. You know what you do? You annoy them and therefore you fuel and multiply the insults. And why should you be insulted anyway? You're a human being. You will be told the good if it is your daughter and son because you've educated them and the interests are different. But if it is a person you have a dispute with land, they won't say good things. They will say bad things. So the good and the bad exist in common measure and are available. And they're available for our utility. When we say good things, they're good. When we say bad things, they have to be within certain boundaries. If they pass those boundaries, it is the law, not the person, the law. So it is not the police, it is not the DCI, it is not NIS, it is not anyone else. It is not even the command of the order of the executive or whatever it is. It is the law. The law must be seen in courts, in an open forum, before the courts.
Okay, be that as it may, going by those happenings, do you think the government has become intolerant to critics?
Yes. Yes, it is intolerant, because you can see it from the Oriental messaging of threatening and threats that we see every day. And government is not necessarily the president, but the handlers of the time and those that seem to be close to government. And it's a perception. Okay? It's all about perception. Yes, it is intolerant. But two, it is intolerant because it has many things that are available for those insults. I mean, it means you provide the forum and the opportunity to be insulted. If the insults when Gen Zs were demonstrating didn't just come from the Gen Zs. No, they come from the entire public, because they saw the economic environment is not, the government was not being responsive to the economic situation of the country. And therefore, taxation over-taxation at that time became an issue. And therefore, insults were billed every day as against the government. When somebody insults somebody in government, he is billing that person in terms of response. It must be seen as a response from how you act or behave, and therefore you provide them with that environment. Look, you will be insulted, not because you are just a human being and you're being insulted. No, there'll be a reason for it. And therefore, because we've given you the tools of trade, the gun, the bullet, the Subaru, the what, you make a call and say, Fundisha, I mean, we saw a boy in Mombasa being defiled, sodomized basically. Is that right? Even if you are mad, you've been insulted, is that right? And people being killed, is that right? I mean, we kill for reason, not because somebody has been insulted. I think it's very cheap. It's cheap for anyone in government to get angry because he has been insulted. You exist there exactly because we are supposed to be your critique. Any other day you find an opportunity as a Kenyan to critique a public officer, please do it. It is your right. There's no other space for you to do it except the space that you have. Please do it. Of course, do it within the parameters of law. But do it. For heaven's sake, we must tell off and call out impropriety. And that's the interaction we have with the government. We don't interact with government by dancing to it and beating drums. No. It's by positive criticism, meaning if it is right to criticize, please do it. The only thing probably will urge Kenyans is we have a society to exist. Those that are in government are brothers and sisters. They are parents. They have families too. So don't put into odium and shame on account of your passion and hatred. No. If it passes the limits and it's hate, then it's different. It will be punished within the law and not abducting and killing people.
This issue of abduction has become very emotive because we've seen some leaders trading barbs in front of the president, telling each other off regarding these abductions. What do you make of such situations?
It's called, that's bad behavior. The king, if you see, I mean, the servants of the king and the highest of the servants of the king insulting each other. What is the boardroom? How is the boardroom there? The background? Because this is what is in public. You see, what we see is probably a very small percentage of what goes in the public. It means something dysfunctional about it. Also, the authority orients something called legitimacy. So if the legitimacy of the executive is at its highest, the passion is positive. If it's at its lowest, then the passion is negative. When people pronounce themselves using certain words which are a choice of the person to communicate threats, insults, it means the legitimacy has been lowered. And it's been lowered because of an existing context of environment. in which that is allowed, because you can do it only if you're not threatened that if you do it, there'll be repercussions. And they do it without repercussions, so it is being tolerated. Alternatively, it is to fix something, because sometimes I will tell you to do something to so-and-so in order to fix that person, or probably generate an impassion against that person. So it could be deliberate and pre-planned. Alternatively, it could be impulsive, but on account of the lowered legitimacy of that person and the power of the office at that time. So we don't know how that office is interacted, because we are not there. But the fact is, we can read into what we see. And certainly, if we see punishment for those that are obsessed with insults, like we did for someone who was impeached on account of his bad mouthing, then that should be consistent. If you're going to be as harsh to, for instance, your deputy president and impeach him, or allow the impeachment, then we should be seeing certain steps taken to those that are, have foul mouth before even the president himself or the executive. So foul mouth is oriental to bad behavior in government that has grown and grown until now there's liberty to pronounce it to the public.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know, we've seen leaders talking about this matter. Some saying that people are abducting themselves, others saying that you can critique the policies of the government, but also if you cross the lines, we shall come for you. Are we losing a sense of humanity in this country?
We don't. We've already lost it. You know, when you get into power and you are obsessed with your existence at the top, then you lose all manner coercive so that you continue to exist at the top. It's not yet, I wouldn't call that the definition of dictatorship, but bad leadership. You have an opportunity at the beginning always to make it right and get it right. You surround yourself with people to help you get it right. But then you don't. You don't, because you allow bad things to permeate and basically define a system. If you do so, you suffer many things. One of it is a very impatient public with you, where you will speak to them and leave, but they know what they think about you. But number two is where your own lieutenants can speak against the people and you tolerate that too. I think that we shouldn't have gotten there yet. But those that speak against, to the people in a manner such as to, in a jingoistic manner and pumping their chest, we've seen that happen. We've seen it happen because we've lived in this country. We will see it continue to happen, that power exists only for a term, sometimes a very short term. We continue to pray to a God that serves the people, not serves leadership. The people that are weak. We hope that God continues to be on the side of Kenyans, because it has never been that he has left us. He has gone for the leaders, and some of them have had it by the way, very few leaders continue to have their heads up the waters after they leave leadership. For the reason that they continue to exist with the people and how they've served them. But those that are saying the things that are saying, we can only listen and keep our records. When they leave leadership, they come back to our society. They have to live with us. The problem is, we're not going away as Kenyans. There's no way. Abduct, kill, but I don't think tomorrow we're going to move to Tanzania or Uganda. No. Those that are in Turkana will live in Turkana. In Kilifi, they live in Kilifi. In Muranga, they continue to live in Muranga. In Nyeri, they live in Nyeri. Or Mountain, everybody will live in this country. So we're not going anywhere. Threats or no threats. So the talk must be measured to the extent that we are all Kenyans and must live in this country.
Your parting shot.
Well, I think Happy New Year to all Kenyans. We're in this country, it's the country. Let's keep it for ourselves and for future generations. We are only here, I believe, for a short time. Let's do the best. Maybe 2025 is going to be a better year than last year. Last year wasn't very good because we had many other issues which we know. But I do hope that, and I pray to God that there's measure of advanced development for the country and a better country for ourselves, especially in 2025.
Okay. That is Wakili George Kithi. Thank you for making time to come on Good Morning.
Asante sana.
That is Wakili George Kithi joining us here on Good Morning Kenya for Eye on Politics, where we have addressed the political landscape within the country. And this is where we end this segment. Thank you for tuning in. My name is Mike Migwe. I leave you in the able hands of Vivian Ndegwa to continue with the rest of the program. Good morning.
Technology has become a crucial part of our society. Without technological advancements, so much of our everyday lives would be drastically different. As technology develops, it strives to fulfill the changing needs of society. This means that technology exists to help us achieve the things that we wouldn't be able to achieve without it. Take on Tech looks at the advantages and downside of technological innovation in a world that is becoming increasingly dependent on new digital technologies. Every Monday at 10:30 p.m.
Wakati mambo yanaonekana kwenda segemnege, sharti mkakati ufanywe ili kuhakikisha kwamba kila kitu kipo sawa kama sahani na kawa.
Unabati kuwa mimi ni mtu mpole na sipendi mshike.
Kati yako na mimi, ni nani anayemjua babake Masha vizuri?
Utepetevu na mahaba ya ujana yanazua timbu ili baina ya Pascal, Linda na Rama, vijana walioasi maadili bila kujali tago wala jando.
Hapa tunakupa vidonge na maji ya kumezea
katika tamthilia bab kubwa ya Lawama.
Umepanga kunimaliza
na maudamu. Ngoja kwanza, nataka kukuelezea kitu. Ni
customer ameridhisha nini?
Anataka cocktail.
Surprise me with anything.
Surprise! No.
Akili sio vyombo vya wageni. Najua saa zingine jisikilizange ukiongea.
Dalimo, bila hoteli.
Niliambiwa aloiba vitu zangu alikuwa ni mtu amevalia surupwenye ya kijani kibichi na viatu vya mwalimu jini. Surupwenye na mwalimu chini tumefanya nini?
Every individual has their internal struggles they will rather keep to themselves away from the scrutiny of others. Meet Chebet, not her real name, who seems okay from the outside, but she carries with her a painful story. It was a day like any other when she boarded a motorbike to go to work, when the motorcyclist diverted to what he termed a shorter route.
Kaniambia tunaenda na hiyo ndo tufike haraka. Akasema sasa ni mapema na mtu hata penye ananipeleka haifai, but ile nikamwamini, nikaona amesema pia anaenda Karen, acha niende anifikishe haraka kwa sababu hata nilikuwa nimechelewa.
That ride will change her life forever.
Sasa kwa good luck ikasimama. Baada sasa ile kusimama akanigonga. So kuanguka ndo akashuka hapo pikipiki akakuja akanivuta. Ndo akanitoa trouser. Akaanza kunirape.
She felt like the world had conspired against her and she wept for days on end.
So like hakuna mtu nimeingizwa hapo ndani, sasa nikakosa advice nitafanya nini kwa familia yetu, hakuna mtu anakuwa anajua. So nilikuwa nashinda tu kwa nyumba analia, nasema sasa kutakuwaje.
She opted for counseling.
Na sasa hata nilikuja hiyo first session niliona like kuna wasichana wengine, so nikakuwa like kumbe hata si mimi peke yangu, labda ningekaa kwa nyumba ningeumia peke yangu.
At the recovery center, we met 2 more women who have also suffered from domestic violence. As mothers and wives, they persevered abuses from their spouses for a long time.
Mi kufika saa 4, it's like aliona nimekuja kama saa 8 usiku ama sijui ni nini. Akaanza kunipiga, kanipiga. Watoto wamelala, anawaambia wasijaribu kuongea.
For Elizabeth Wambui, her love story turned into a nightmare when she got pregnant.
I just wanted a yes or no answer. You promised to take me for the baby we are expecting shopping. Are we going so that I can get ready? But he snapped off and started beating me up.
She wanted to save her marriage, but in her silence, it would seem she was digging her own grave.
At a point where now he takes a metal and he's strangling me. He wants to kill me. And he's swearing curses and swearing how he will kill me and kill the children.
Counseling for both women was a 7 grace that brought them peace and healing. They want other women to break the silence on gender-based violence.
Ifanywa kitu kwa hiyo, inafaa ujitokeze. Kwa hata mimi sikuwa na courage ya kukuja hivi.
Msivumilie, watu wengi sana wanakufa. Wanauliwa juu ya ati jina nimeolewa. Siwezi toka kwa mume wangu.
Stop keeping quiet, because keeping quiet, first of all, is the enabling factor for these people.
Fina Nyakwara, case manager from the Gender Violence Recovery Center, attributed most gender-based violence in Kenya to patriarchal culture.
And because again, when you look on the culture and the stereotyping in the society, sometimes it drags the elimination of gender-based violence in Kenya actually. But it just calls for so many individuals or partners just to work towards elimination.
Aber Sadi, a safety consultant, calling for a collective responsibility to eliminate gender-based violence.
It's not an individual responsibility. It's a responsibility of the state that those women works on or operate in. It's a responsibility of the organizations in general and the organizations that are working on the women issues. So it's not only the responsibility of the woman only to protect herself, but it is related to the society.
The gender-based violence hotline 1195 works in partnership with the Ministry of Public Service and Gender to help victims get fast assistance to healthcare assistance.
Nowhere in the world is the woman safe from violence. The need to unite and invest in the key preventive measures will go a long way to eliminate violence against women.
Thank you for staying with us. This is Good Morning Kenya. My name is Vivian Ndegwa, and right this moment we are going to be looking at a conversation that is very in tune with what is happening right now in the country, and that is students going back to school. And as they go back to school, we want to look at their safety. That is the safety of students as they get to reopen schools beginning today. And joining me for that conversation, we have Colonel Retired David Kipkirui, who is the Director, National Disaster Operations Center. Welcome to the program.
Thank you, Vivian.
Yes,
Thank
and you've actually just corrected me, because I would have said retired colonel, but you said we don't say retired colonel, say Colonel Retired.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Welcome to the program, and we are glad to have you here to have this conversation that is of importance right now in the country. We're having students reopening school. But before we get into that, just tell me a bit about the National Disaster Operations Center. What is your mandate?
Thank you so much.
As an institution.
Okay. Thank you, Vivian. National Disaster Operations Center came into being in 1997. And this was as a result of what happened in the country at that time. Two major disasters happened. One was the El Nino of 97, which was followed almost immediately by a bomb blast at the US Embassy. And at that time, there was no institution which was mandated to look at disasters in the country. And as a result of that, the government came up with a multi-agency team, which comprised of KDF. That time we were called Armed Forces. These days we are called Defense Forces. And the police also, and many other stakeholders, to try and address the problem that faced the country at that time. Ever since that time, we have been operating in Nyaya House. We still have the multi-agency team from various discipline forces, and including also Ministry of Health, because some of the disasters are health-related, like the COVID. So we brought in the Ministry of Health to also assist and lead in this direction.
Okay.
Our mandate really, as National Disaster Operations Center, is coordination. We also monitor and we respond. And we respond to both natural disasters, man-made disasters. We also have hybrid disasters, which have got an aspect of natural and also man-made.
Okay.
Majorly right now we are looking at climate-related disasters. These include floods. We've been dealing with mom rains last year, 2024, where we have got a lot of rains in the country, and citizens were affected. Drought, we have left it to National Drought Management Authority. But for us in NDOC, National Disaster Operations Center, we deal with all other disasters except drought.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
All right, now we know what the National Disaster Operations Center is all about. And we're looking at children going back to school. And if there's one thing that is usually kind of like, not really a disaster like that, but it's something that should be looked at, is when we talk matters congestion. You know, when children are going back to school, we have congestions on the roads as they go to, on different roads as they go back to school. So maybe if we can talk about, if we can begin there. You know, when you talk about congestions on the road, it's normally not very different from what we see during the festivities when people are traveling and all that. So how do we go about that? Just talk to us about the congestion and how you are, and what's the best way rather to deal with that.
Thank you, Vivian. Let me talk first of all about children as a country. Our children are our future.
Sure.
It depends on how we manage our children. If we manage them well, we will have a brighter future. And this includes the way they go to school, the way they are managed in school, and the way even they are managed also at home. So during this festive season, we as an institution and also as a ministry, because we fall under the Ministry of Interior and National Administration. Our PS is PS Omolo, Dr. Omolo. We sat down and looked at the festivities and all the way to children coming back to school in this January. And we came up with contingency plans in case the roads will be completely congested and we are unable to move. And we placed measures in place. We put measures in place so that in the event of any problem, at least we have something to do and we have a way of responding. And one of the measures that we put was to control the traffic first. Control of traffic in the canalized sections of the roads, areas that we call them choke points, like Maimayu, for example. And we also place the hospitals on standby in case there are accidents. Because remember, during festivities, maybe certain hospitals will use skeleton manpower and maybe there are no people to respond. So we brought this to their attention that they should put people on standby and expect casualties during this period. The traffic policemen were also called by the PS to come back and at least manage the flow of traffic along the busy highway. And we have looked at our main artery, which is Mombasa all the way to Malaba, very busy, and the vehicles continue to increase. This congestion affects children in many ways. One of them is that the matatus and public vehicles tend to move so fast when they are ferrying children to school, and we really urge them to be very careful when they have children, when they are taking children, because when you lose a child, it is so painful, not just for the parent, but for us as a country. We also expect road users to be responsible. One of the causes of the congestion is actually Kenyans who are not responsible enough. Everybody is in a rush. They don't respect the traffic rules on the roads. They overlap where they are not supposed to, and therefore create problems for themselves. But what we are saying is that children need to travel from home to school safely, and not just during the traveling. It is also when they reach school, the parents need to monitor that the children have left home and they have actually arrived in school. And we need to look at this as a country. Because if our children don't arrive in school safely, there will be a problem. Some of them disappear on the way. They spend days before they reach school, which is not good. So this is what we've been looking at during this period.
And you've touched on accidents, and I want to get onto that just a little bit. Maybe is there a specific thing that is being done on the roads at the moment to ensure that we lessen the number of accidents that tend to happen, especially around this time too?
Yes. I don't want to speak on behalf of the police, but I was there in the meeting where the PS talked to the traffic police and the entire police force, and they were given very firm instructions to deal with motorists who are overspeeding. And personally, I've traveled along certain busy highways, and I've seen the police are doing a nice job. They've put roadblocks where vehicles are expected to overspeed, and also the sensitization of the motorist. The ministry sent various heads of departments to media houses to talk to the public and encourage them to observe the traffic rules. Because if we can observe the traffic rules, we observe the speed, and also avoid carrying more passengers than are designated in the matatu vehicles, we will lessen the problem of accidents on the road. One of the problems that is causing accidents is motorists who are overspeeding, and also vehicles which are overloaded. This also causes problems. And then the conditions of the vehicles. Some of the vehicles, they've been parked for several months. They just come out during festivities to carry people, or maybe they've been operating in the city. They've never traveled up country, and when they travel up country, they develop all sorts of problems along the way. So we really urge the owners of the public vehicles to make sure that their vehicles are in good condition. And I really urge Kenyans also mainly to observe the law. Our laws are our laws, and we need to respect our laws. If we don't respect our laws, we bring problems to ourselves. We congest our roads for no reason, and we are unable to move. I'm foreseeing in future a situation where people will enjoy Christmas on the highways, and it will be very unfortunate because this is our own creation. But if we respect the law, we will be able to use the infrastructure that we have so far to be able to reach our destinations, because Kenyans move in large numbers during festivities. They go home, and then right now they are now coming back with their children, and children are also coming back to school. So the roads are very congested. And the road that is congested the most is the main artery, which is actually the source of our economy. If this road from Mombasa to Malaba is closed, it affects our economy. It affects also our neighbors, Uganda, South Sudan, DRC Congo, and other countries. So we really need to have this road traffic flowing between Mombasa and Malaba, and many other highways from Mombasa to Nyeri, to central part of the country. The roads really need the traffic needs to be flowing, and it is up to us as a country. Every Kenyan wants to reach home. So don't think that you are more important than others and you overlap, and you can really see there are a lot of vehicles. And I really want to appreciate that Kenyans now have got so many vehicles, which is a sign that at least they have access to wealth. But this wealth also comes with its own challenges, because now we have so many vehicles on the roads, and the roads are few. I'm happy that the president the other day promised to expand the road between Nairobi and Nakuru. I hope this will help. I also realize that some of the motorists are not aware that there are some roads which have been created to decongest the main highways. I give an example of Suswa Tongong. There is a road which the government opened over Christmas, but if you go to that road, there is no traffic, and people are stuck in Maimayu, Nakuru highway, and they are not aware. And I think part of what I will do in this program is to bring to their attention that this road is working. It is only a very small section that is still not complete, but it is usable. It is better than going to get stuck in a traffic jam for so long. So as we take our children to school, I really want to wish them well as they travel along our roads. We want our roads to be safe, not just for us, but even for our children as they travel. And I want to also urge the parents, if the children are too young, let them be accompanied. It is good to accompany a child and make sure that the child learns safely in school. And the school community also, let them give a feedback to parents that the children have arrived safely. These days we have got so many ways of communicating back, either through SMS or any other means. But let's make sure that children travel safely. And matatu and public vehicle users, we urge them also to treat children well. Don't overcrowd or put so many children. Just because they are children, you put them, 3 of them in a seat for 1 person, just because they are children. It makes them very uncomfortable, and we are really mishandling our young children. And as I said, the way we handle our children determines where we are going as a country. Our destiny is our children, and we really need, yes, it's our future. We really need to treat them well and bring them in a manner that they feel comfortable and appreciate the parents and appreciate the public, appreciate adults. Because if we mistreat them, then they will also grow up being irresponsible. Thank you.
Yeah, now we've looked at the safety of children as they go back to school, mainly now on the roads. Now I want us to go into the schools. You know, when they go to the schools, specifically the ones who are in boarding schools, maybe what are the best measures to ensure that these children are safe, even beginning with just the designing of the schools in case of any happenings?
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm aware, I don't come from the Ministry of Education, but I'm aware that there is a plan within the Ministry of Education, and I have even the document that deals with disasters in schools. Our schools, most of our schools are not safe. Well, I'm speaking from a disaster point of view. So some of the schools are not safe. And when a parent gives the school community his or her child, he expects the child to be safe while in school.
Sure.
It becomes so painful when a parent is told your child who was in school has had an accident, and when you follow it, it looks like it was the carelessness of the school. So we really urge the school to follow that document, which was designed by the Ministry of Education, that ensures that children are safe when they're in school. the dormitories, when they're in the dormitories, in case of fire, they should be able to escape. They should be able to leave the dormitory safely. When also children are going to school, the school should be accessible. Some of the schools are really in very bad situation. You don't have good roads accessing the school. And then the other aspect is overcrowding also in classes and in dormitories. This is also making the school look like a disaster risk. Some schools also, they have got so many children, and some are story buildings schools, and in case of any problem, how will those children be evacuated? If you have a 3-story building and you have got several children up, and the stairs are not enough to evacuate these children, there will be a lot of casualties and injuries in case of any problem. So some of the schools require to relook their safety standards within the school to make sure that a child who is in school is safe. It's not just safe when in class, but even in the dormitory or the playing field. The playing field should be very conducive, because we want to have our children learn in an environment that is conducive, so that they are not struggling. Some of these children are struggling because the class is so congested, the school itself is so congested, the school is muddy, the lighting is not adequate. So we really ask those who are running learning institutions to ensure that the environment there is conducive and the child is safe. When the child sits there, the child is happy. The happiness of the child is very important, because if you are happy, you will also grow and you will develop well. But when you are under fear all the time, when you are not comfortable, even learning becomes a problem. And this is what we are urging the administration of the school, the board of board members in the school, and the teaching community and the parents, to ensure that their eyes are focused on the comfort of the child, so that the child is not under stress. The child is happy, and you can tell when a child is happy. The child will play. If the child is not playing, the child is not comfortable, then that child is not learning well. We really want the safety of the child to be considered, and it is our concern as an institution that some of the schools are not up to the standard. Looking at the accidents which have also happened in the previous year, where a school loses children, it is unfair that we lose children just through minor accidents like fire. A fire should not kill children in school. It should not happen. So I think going forward, we need to look at our schools and look at our children and ensure that our children, especially the young ones who are in boarding schools, are safe, and where they are sleeping is safe, where they are studying is safe, and even the general environment is not just safe in terms of the physical infrastructure, but safety also in terms of maybe criminal elements coming into school, criminal elements coming to maybe abduct children, like what happened in Garissa University at the time. People just coming into school and shooting at children, or what we've seen in other countries where criminal elements come into school. So when parents commit children to a school community, we expect the school community to take care of the children and make sure that they are safe. And if there is a problem, let the parent know, and let everybody know, so that an action can be taken and something can be done. Thank you.
Yeah, you've clearly mentioned that some schools are not up to standards. The infrastructure in these schools are not up to standard. So maybe what exactly would you say is lacking matters safety, looking at it from the disaster management point of view, and what exactly should be done?
Yeah, first of all, we call it disaster risk management. These days we don't manage disasters, we manage the risk itself. And the way we manage disasters is to reduce disaster, to reduce the risk rather. So we call it disaster risk reduction.
Okay.
Because you cannot eliminate completely
the disasters.
So yeah, so you have to manage the risk, you have to identify the risk first of all, and then you try and reduce that risk. One of the problems that we are seeing is the congestion in schools. I think there's a problem where we have a growing population, but the growth of the school infrastructure is not in tandem with the population growth. So I think in going forward, we need to project the coming up of schools to be in tandem with the growth of the population, so that you don't have the same school which existed about 10 years ago is still serving the same population, yet the population has grown. So you end up with a class which was supposed to accommodate 40 students, now is accommodating almost 65 students. Or in some schools you have got children, even over 100. It becomes even very difficult for the teacher to teach. And from a disaster point of view, this one becomes also a problem, because if you have got so many children in one place, in case of anything, you can't even evacuate them. Even the door itself is not enough for these people to run out of the school or the classroom. So the way I see is we really need to invest as a country in the development of school facilities to accommodate the students and make sure that we have standards, how many students are supposed to be in one class for them to be safe. Yeah, but if we leave it the way it is right now, it is not good. You cannot have a class which was supposed to accommodate 40 students, now accommodating 100 students. That in itself is a risk. A risk, both physically and even in terms of maybe epidemics, because these are people in a crowded place. And then we also need to look at the story buildings within the school. I've looked at some of the schools. You have got schools with 3,000 children, and about a third of them are upstairs. In case of any problem, they will just jump out through the window, and you will have a lot of injuries. So we really need to have a design where, if you have to have a story building, the stairs should be wide enough to evacuate students in the event of any problem. Similarly, in the dormitories is where I see also a problem, because a dormitory maybe which was supposed to accommodate maybe 60 students, you find so many of them, maybe even 120. You put double, I think triple deckers or something. Deckers. Yes. I think this should not be the case, because even sleeping becomes a problem for the children. It becomes and we should not have a situation also where children share beds. We should invest. These are our children. These are our future. Let them be comfortable. We should invest as parents. We should invest as a government. We should invest as a society and make sure that we may lose anything else, but when it comes to the comfort of the child, let it be priority one for all of us as a country. And in terms of where they sleep, where they eat, where they, the classroom.
Where they study,
Some of the dining halls, children collect food and go and eat in the open field. Very unhygienic condition. So we really need to look at some of these things. Let's focus on the school. I don't know what Kenyans are doing. They are doing other things and leaving the priority. This is a priority area. Yeah. If you look at even the way children are being transported around in buses, it's so the children are really suffering. The children are really suffering.
But then who's responsible?
Yeah.
Who should ensure that all these things, are in place?
Yeah, it is. I think it's a shared responsibility, if I say. The government has a part to play, and the parents also have a part to play. The school community also has a part to play. But I fault the parent more because the child is mine. And I should look around and see where will my child be comfortable.
Yeah, is it conducive?
Yeah, is it conducive? Is my child okay? But I see a situation where parents have over-delegated their responsibility. Parenting should not be delegated to anybody. Delegate anything else, but not parenting. And parenting does not end when you hand over your child to the teacher. No, you are still the parent. You are still supposed to be concerned how your child is being fed, what type of food, is it nutritious enough, is that child also sleeping well? The child should be able to communicate with you. And I think one of the strategies we may need to look at is how do we communicate between the parents and the teachers, or the school community, so that we get to know what are the challenges the school is facing. Yeah, so I think it is a collective responsibility between government, the parent, and the school community.
Yeah. Shared responsibility.
Shared
for
responsibility.
Sure. All right, we've looked at the students who are going to boarding schools, and we've looked at how to ensure that they are safe around the buildings of the school, from the designing of the schools, and even to looking down to even what they get to eat in schools. For those who get to commute, you know, for those who are day scholars, maybe if you can just give us, as we come to a conclusion of this conversation, the safety measures to be taken from when they leave the house. Probably just giving the parents or even the students who are maybe watching right now, or the parents, just the safety measures or the tips on how to ensure that them leaving the house to them going to school and them leaving school to coming back home, their safety is ensured.
Yeah, thank you so much, Vivian. When I went to school myself those days, things were not as bad as they are now. Because I think I think it was the program of the school which was very, maybe it was better. But these days I find it so difficult, because some of the school programs I think start at 7 or something. Because when I'm going to work, you find a child has already is in the bus already, and it is already 6 o'clock. So that child might have woken up something like 4 o'clock. I don't think this is good for us as a country. We really need to look at this syllabus. It is killing our children. I don't know what it is. Because I don't expect a child to start, classes maybe around 7 o'clock. And this child has traveled. They are using a bus, especially here in Nairobi. You are using a bus that goes around almost like 4 or 5 estates to collect children. And this child is brought to stand on the stage waiting for a bus. And then the child is taken inside the bus. Immediately the child lands in the bus. He sleeps because he's so tired. In my view, I think this is not right. The children who are boarding and commuting are not comfortable. It should be relaxed in such a way that the child have enough sleep at home, should be able to go to school comfortably. Maybe like 7 o'clock going to school is okay. And the child should not spend so many hours on the road. You know, Nairobi is congested city, traffic is all over. So a child can really spend like 1 or 2 hours inside the bus, just going around. This is not fair for the child. I'm not an advocate for children, but to be fair as a parent, and for that child, let the school be close to the home. I know we look for good education for our children, but as much as is practically possible, I think the parents should move closer to the school where the child is, if possible, walking distance, and if possible, should be during the daytime, not in darkness. The child is being dragged to school, and maybe it is raining. The other aspect for those who are commuting also is the roads to school. Some of the roads to the schools, especially during the El Nino, we had problems, areas of Madare, where bridges were washed away by the floods, and children were not able to access the school, or they went in the evening, the bridge was there. In the morning when they come, they they find the bridge has been washed away. So something needs to be done about this so that children are not at risk. And they should be accompanied by adults. They should be assisted by adults to be able to access the school. And the school community also should make sure that the school is accessible. And the school has got roads that lead to school. And these roads, most of our children are being knocked down by speeding motorbikes and motorists also. So we should have roads which are designated for children, if possible. And I would like to request also the motorists, if you see a child, even if there is no zebra crossing, allow that child to cross. Yeah. And when you are telling a child to cross, make sure there is no speeding motorbike from behind you, because the child will trust you and will cross. And in the process, is knocked down by a speeding motorcycle. This is a problem within the city. Also in the countryside, we still have a problem of the distance of the school, especially for the young children. For a child to go to school in some communities, you need to be about 10 years to be able to reach school, because the school is very far. So this is also another challenge. So there's that disparity between the children who are in urban centers, and also those who are in the country. And they are all Kenyans. So we need to look at a way of ensuring that they don't suffer. Those who are in the city should not suffer. Those who are in the rural areas, it is easy for those who are in the rural areas, for parents who are there or the community who are there, to build schools closer to their homes, rather than having one school serving a very big area, and therefore children walking along muddy roads to access schools. Yes.
All right, we need to finish up on this conversation. Maybe if you can give us your parting shots.
Thank you so much. I want to appreciate the opportunity that I've been given to come to this studio. I also want to thank the leadership of this studio for inviting me here. I want to ask the parents, as the children go back to school, to focus on the child and know that these children are our future, and we really need to ensure that they are safe when they're traveling. They need to be safe when they're in school. The learning environment in school should be conducive, and we need to have a follow-up as parents and as a community on how our children are faring on in school. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for joining us. It was a pleasure having you on the show. That was Colonel Retired David Kipkurui, who is the Director, National Disaster Operations Center. This is where we end this conversation. Don't you go too far, because I will be coming back with yet another topic. And this time round, it is on New Year's resolutions or setting of goals as we start off the year. Do you believe in New Year's resolutions? How do you go about setting them? Do you set them at the beginning of the year or later on in the year? We will be talking about all of that. You don't want to go too far. We'll be back in a moment.
Thank you for joining us on Healthy Living. Stay connected to Voice of America at voanews.com. A look at your kidneys and how they impact your health. And an expert discusses chronic kidney disease and how to protect yourself. And Ivorian psychologist Noor Bakayoko shares some insights on bullying and what can be done.
It's important to avoid major events or major health crises.
How do you know if your cough is due to a serious condition? We'll have some answers. Stay well
and strive to make every day a healthy day.
Got the
fear of missing out? Want to keep up with all the latest entertainment news and latest celebrity gossip? From the latest rumors to popping events to the newest fashion trends, here is where you get all the tea or juice when it comes to entertainment, and you get it served on time. All that and so much more on Grapevine every single Monday from 10 p.m. and a rerun every Tuesday from 2 p.m. only on KBC Channel 1. Remember, if you did not see it on Grapevine, then it most probably never. And we are back. As I had promised, we are going to be looking at goal setting. And to be specific, our topic of conversation right now is on setting measurable and achievable goals for the new year. And joining me for this particular conversation is Pastor Paul Blessing, who is the director, Star with Paul. Welcome to the program. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
It's good to see you in this new year.
Thank you.
All right, let's begin with first talking about New Year's resolutions. It's something that many people believe in. So let's begin there. Do you believe in the New Year's resolutions, and what exactly does it mean for you?
Okay, New Year resolution is now, it's just like, I'll call it a short-term goal out of your main goals. Everybody has long-term goals and main goals of life, which is your purpose. So you come and say, this year now, I want to set and specifically purpose to achieve this within this period of time, this year. Then that becomes a resolution out of the main goals. So for this a particular period, that is the year now, that's what we draw from. It is drawn from the main goal, which is your purpose. That's what I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, and you can also plan, maybe within that year, want to say that the previous years, we also usually say that your today should be better than yesterday. So whatever I achieved last year, I want to become better. So for this particular year, I'm setting to achieve A, B, C, D within this time frame according to what I desire within this time frame. But you still draw from your main goal.
Yeah, so there's that main goal, which, which as you say, is
your
someone's purpose.
Yeah,
one's purpose.
Yeah, your
so
blueprint from your own main blueprint.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
So these other ones are just like short-term goals that would help you accomplish the main purpose.
Okay, out of whatever goals you must have a main goal, which is long-term. Maybe you may have 20 years, 10 years, and whatever it is. Maybe you are planning to get married, have children, you want to have 3 children. Within this time of life, they will go to school. But now they are that specific, which is for a time where we are now. Because however much we may plan, there are threats and opportunities that will come along. There are weaknesses and strengths that will be there, which can hinder or enable us to go ahead. You also look at, let's say you can plan, maybe you have your, let's say this year resolution is to start a spa, okay, and maybe a salon. Then comes something that says you can't have social distance. You know that there'll be a threat to your goals, you see. So you have to be specific, but also have a wide plan that if anything happens, because there are threats, it's natural. There shall be risks, and of course, we have faith. We believe in what we want to do, God will enable us to achieve. But you should have a mind that there are always contingency measures that you need to take. In case of this, we'll go this way.
Okay. All right, now when it comes to goal setting, what's the best way to go about goal setting? Maybe what questions should one ask themselves as they are setting their goals?
Okay, when you start setting your goals, you need to be specific. Specific in that, however wide it is, you must have be able to narrow. Let's say, for example, people are going back to school. And maybe you are the head of CU. I'm also a pastor, but you need to have balance in what you do. Let's say you are the head of the CU, and you have come to school with a purpose that I want to enlarge our CU and make people become very serious. But you remember you have books. In your exam, you not say Jesus died on the cross. You need to say that, and you also need to remember that you have an exam to sit on. So you need to balance. Be specific, know what you are doing. There are branches along, but you need to be specific and pursue specifically. So when you are specific, also you put up measures. What can I do to be able to achieve this? Without measures, you'll be like you're seeing maybe it's a football. There's no goal post. So you play around. There's nothing we to tell you that you have achieved, you have won, or you have failed. You must have a goal post. That's what the measures that you take. Then you must be able to know, am I able to achieve what I'm trying to say? Then you know there's faith and there's truth. Yeah. So what you are saying, is it achievable? Can you be able to achieve? Is it achievable according to where we are and the times that we are in? Yeah. So you look at that, and also you also be realistic. Yeah. There is life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And when I actually want to pick on that on the last bit, whereby you said you need to be realistic.
Yeah.
So when we go about setting goals and we want to be realistic about them, what would you advise? You know, when I want to make realistic goals, yes, I want, maybe I want to build a house, or maybe I want, you know, you can have a goal, yes, but how do you ensure that the goal you're setting is realistic? What are you supposed to look at? You know, are you supposed to sit down and look at, okay, where am I at the moment for me to be able to achieve this goal? How long will it take me? You know, how to go about that?
Yeah. You know, even the Bible says that when you want to build a house, you sit down and look at the cost and know how much you need. There'll be fundi, there'll be cement, there'll be all that. And there are timelines. In every project, there are timelines that you want to achieve. And also, when you want to achieve timeline, you may increase, you can increase the cost and reduce the time. And you can also maybe see, because I don't have a lot of money, I stretch myself so that I can be able to achieve. You see. So to be realistic is like, look at exactly what am I saying I want to do. Is it a wish? It's being wishing to do something and be actual. Because as much as I want to be realistic, as you have said, there are threats that can come. We have political threats. We have social threats. We have environmental threats. And you need to be sustainable. You need to be sustainable in what you are doing. Look at what am I saying? Is this sustainable according to the times that we are in? Yeah. Because let's say, for example, someone who maybe buys from out of the country, that person will be using maybe a different currency, like dollar, let's say. Then you come and find that maybe the dollar becomes weak against our currency. So you find that whatever you had projected to use becomes like half of the value that you had, you see. And you are not able to be realistic in what you want to do. So it depends on so many things. As we have said, we have weakness in everything that you do, even in your personal life. There are weaknesses and strengths. So you need to to be realistic, look at those things. As we said the other day, in Japan, they say that a crisis is an opportunity. So it could be a crisis which has risen, which looks like a threat. Someone will look at an opportunity in it and draw out of it. So to be realistic, just be broad. However we may be specific, always know that there are things that can arise and change what you are trying to do.
Yeah. And many a times, you know, at the beginning of the year, people feel that pressure. I need to set goals because everyone is speaking about, oh, this is my vision board. This is what I have put down on my vision board. This is what I'm looking to achieve this year. Or this is, you know, there's a lot of pressure. Do you feel there's a specific time for one to set goals? Is it just that when is it the gospel truth that when you start the year, you should set goals? Or it really does not depend on the timing?
There are people who set their goals by around November, so that by the time they break the year, they have already set and they know from the onset of the first day, my goal starts. There are those who wait for the year to start and see the environmental factors to be able to know what to do. So I think it is very personal. And now you cannot say so-and-so does this, I'm going to do this. I think it is very personal. And you know goals are not only personal. They are goals for the government. Like, let me give you a very good example. Like, the government sets its budget by June, okay? Then they'll say this is a budget, we have all this money, call it trillions or whatever it is. But they project something that is in the pocket of the citizens. Because they will now project the revenue to be collected, the taxes to be collected. They will say the first quarter, the second quarter, because what they are talking about, they don't have it on their hand. They project to collect it and put it on the ground, you see. So that's exactly what we should do. However much you may want to be specific and all that, but they are actuals. Because I may project that I want to do ABCD, but I'm planning to do business where I'm expecting to be given that work, I'm not sure I'll be given. Even I'm given, I don't know when time I'll be paid. So if I say by June, I must do this, it is my desire. I want to achieve, but there are things that can either need to achieve. Yes. So that you have to have a very broad mind. Yes.
Yeah. You know, and also, even as we talk about setting goals that are realistic, you know, for every individual, maybe what's the best way to also set goals in the sense that you also don't aim too low? You know, because sometimes you want to set a goal that is very, or maybe, I don't know, maybe there's no goal that is too simple or too easy, but sometimes maybe you sell yourself short because you don't want to be disappointed. So you decide, okay, maybe you just set a goal that is maybe a tad bit too low, like you're aiming too low because you want to achieve it, or there's no such thing as a small goal.
There's no small goal, and also I don't think it's good to go low.
Yeah.
Because there's time and there are opportunities that may arise. So whoever there may be threats, but there are opportunities that will come. So I think it's good to set it high, so that when you don't achieve, that will be like a benchmark for you to know this is now where I should now be able to evaluate myself and know next time I will go this way. You see, but if you do it low and you always achieve, you cannot grow. For you to grow, you must not be able to achieve, so that you work towards achieving next time.
Yeah.
So if you don't achieve maybe a certain goal, you make it like a benchmark and know this is now the way I should go to be able to get higher. Or evaluate yourself at this level. I wanted by June or by November to achieve this. I achieved maybe a quarter. So what should I do so that I can pull up my socks to achieve? That makes you motivated and also focused, because there's something that you are focusing. I want to achieve this. But if you relax, like you just something very simple and you achieve as early as possible, then you relax. There is nothing to motivate you to go on. So you should always be having something that calls you. You have to wake up. There's something you have to achieve. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that
don't
people
go low.
Don't go too low. You know, as much as we're saying, don't put your goals extremely high, whereby maybe you may be disappointed, but also don't
care about disappointment.
Yeah.
I didn't say that. What you are calling disappointment is what brings growth. Because when you don't achieve, there's something to push for. Yeah. So if you can be able, that's why we usually say that when you set your goals, read them every morning and speak them. You know, so we say that words are instruments of creation. So when you speak, you are creating, you are making it. Someone said that, you know your mind, like we have a database. When you have a database or your phone, there are the data lines that carry that message, okay? So in your mind. So when you are thinking and when you are imagining and when you are doing, your mind cannot tell you. It is imagination, it is actual. So it starts setting that this is the actual place where we are. Then it will cause you also to help you also to achieve, you see. So it's good always to think, to speak, and purpose, and also focus on the same. As much as you speak it, you are creating. Yeah, what's the instruments of creation?
Yeah.
Yes.
So for someone who maybe had set up goals for the year 2024, and the year went by, and maybe there are some of the goals that didn't get to mature, they didn't get to reach the goals that they had set for last year. So one should not feel like a failure, right?
No.
Because, I mean, just carry them on to this year and work towards them.
Even having the goals and you did not forget them. You know, there are people who set goals, and by the time they are in March, they even forgot the goals. They don't remember what they wrote. There's an issue of writing and having them to the end.
Yeah.
Some just write it because we have resolutions, and you can ask them, what did you write? They cannot even remember. So they were not pursuing to achieve. Because if you have written them, you speak them daily, you make them, you create them, then the motivation in you, the energy in you, it is also focusing to bring it to pass. If you don't achieve, it gives you strength now to re-engineer yourself and re-evaluate yourself. How do I get to this? And of course, you don't just, because you did not achieve, you remain with only the former goals. You set others and bring them together. Re-evaluate yourself and see now, with this, which I did not achieve, and what I want to achieve, which one do I start with? Yes.
Yeah. And still on that, maybe how should one stay motivated and stay aiming or looking at or stay focused rather on their goal throughout the entire year? Because as you say, there's someone who set a goal, there's someone who by today has already done their New Year's resolution, they have the goals, but come April, they really don't even remember some of them. So how should one stay motivated? How should one stay focused on whatever it is that they had put down as something they want to achieve, or how they want to live their lives? Because when it comes to goals, it's not just about you achieving financially and whatnot. There's also the fitness part where you're maybe aiming to eat better,
Reduce
you're aiming
kgs.
to work out, you're aiming to spend more time with your family. I mean, when you talk about goals, it's sometimes we just assume it's about you being successful money-wise and all that, but it's a whole spectrum. It's big. So how do you ensure that you remain motivated on your goals and you don't lose track, on the way?
Okay, that's where you become specific, okay? But also, the other thing is that you keep discipline towards what you are planning to do. And as you have said, sometimes we look at goals just like doing business and become that success you are saying.
Yeah.
But you can also look at your emotional life. How emotionally weak are you? And start focusing. I want now to achieve this. Because there are people that you could be very strong, but you find that the emotional intelligence is low, but your artificial intelligence is high. So you find that sometimes you lose connections because you become angry and you lose on it and all that. So you start looking at, now I want to achieve this. You look at it. One of the things that like what you are saying is that when you are in your goals, is not just only success, but you're looking at your personal life.
Yeah.
I want maybe myself, I want to reduce weight. I want to work on this and this. Then you have to be specific and not, this is a problem that I have. I agree I have a problem. I want to come out of it. And I focus and I put discipline. You must put discipline so that you can be able to focus. Yes.
Yeah.
If there are people that you need to involve, you involve them. Let them know that you need support in this particular area. Where it's you need to do it, you need to do it.
Yeah.
Yes.
What's the importance of having this? We're talking about setting measurable goals, setting achievable ones, setting realistic ones, as they call it, SMART goals, right? SMART.
Timely, and make them timely.
Make them timely and all that. What's the importance of doing all this? Probably there's someone who's, okay, I don't really work like that. I don't set goals. I just go about my business on a daily and life goes on. Is there an importance to having something that you're working towards or something that is driving you?
That's what makes you wake up with focus, because it's like waking up just into a forest and you just walk through. Where do I go, left or right? Should I stop? Should I go back? You have no plan. As I've said, every goal should have a goal post. This is where I want to achieve, and this is where I will, after I come out, this is where I will go. But so if you don't have a goal, it means you don't have a vision. You have a vision, then you are not living. It means I don't want to call it foolishness, but there's something lacking. There's something lacking in you. So it is a planning of life. You're supposed to be, you should have a reason to look forward and say, this is the way I want to go this year. I want to go in business, in family and all that, and project. If you don't do that, you don't know where you are going. You're just living. Just wake up. Is it 5? Is it time to sleep? Wake up. Where do I go? Do I go east or do I? You have no plan. That's a danger. You must, even if those who play games, as we said, there must be a way to set that when we are winning, there must be someone waiting for that goal, either to object it or to allow it to come. Yes.
Yeah.
That's the importance.
So it's really important for every individual, just for them to go about life, right? Do you believe in the power of writing things down?
Yeah.
Because the people who believe in, when I write it down, when I see it, then it's easier for me to visualize it. Kindly talk to us about that.
Journaling is very important, not even for goals, but because even, let's say, for example, you get angry. And you will find that there's something that is offending me like this. Shall I say that? Try sit down and journal it. When you journal it, you overcome it. When you journal it, you accept it. But when you have written, there is power of writing. What is in your mind and what's written are different. When you write it, you bring it from your heart into the paper. Then you start looking at it. Then you start speaking it, as I said. It becomes better than when you, let's say now we discuss this. It's not recorded anywhere and it just goes. We not even remember what we said. But now you have written down, like let's say SWOT analysis. You know that there are weakness and strength, there are opportunities and threats. And then you just think, how can I broaden this? You start reading about it and you get to know more about it. But you don't write. It just goes. That's why even in school you find that there's also writing of notes. You can sit down and learn, but by the time you come to do exams, you have maybe a quarter. But when you write down, even when you are, as people, when they are writing, what they absorb, they don't need to read it again. But also reading it again is like speaking it, is creating.
Yeah.
So it's very important to journal.
It's important to write it down, and also the vision board.
Yeah.
I see so many people working with vision boards whereby you have pictures of
what you
the
want
things
to,
you want. You know, maybe you want a new car, you have a picture of that car here, the car the specific model that you want. Maybe you want to have a better life in terms of your lifestyle. You have pictures of you eating better. You have pictures of not specifically you, just a picture of maybe healthy living, a picture of someone in the gym, or you can have a picture of the treadmill, just something. You want your business to flourish,
remember.
You have a picture of a business that is flourishing, or what you have. I feel like that's also a good way of putting down what you want.
We usually say that a picture says 1,000 words. What is said by your mouth and what you say by speaking, by writing down or seeing a photo. Even when I've seen you now, when I pass somewhere and I see your photo, I remember, you see. And I think it's more stronger when you see the photo. And also the writings. That's why we are, as you have said, when you want to do something, like those goals, you can even write them and put them on your bedroom. When you wake up, so you have learned that I'll read and I speak, you find they are there. As you are just stretching out yourself and you start stretching, you are looking at them, you speak them. You speak them, you create them. Yes, yeah. Even God said, let there be, and there was. He saw it was good. And that's creation. And we are gods. That's what we are supposed to create.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What should be the best way to track one's progress?
Okay. How to track your progress is that you have been specific. You have set measures. You are being realistic. Now you want to see, where am I getting to? You look at what you have done. Like, let's say, for example, let's say like last year, you would say that every month I want to do this. And in the middle of the month, I will do this. This is what I want to buy. This is what you now sit down and look at, what did I not do? And where did I fail? Where could I have done it better? Then from that, it gives you a room for evaluation, to be able to evaluate yourself, to see your progress. The best progress is not what you achieved, what you not achieve. It will give you more strength to make sure next time you achieve it. Okay? So you look at what you managed and what you failed. Then you put them together, reevaluate yourself. That is progress. Because if you are told even when you are failed, you have not failed. Yeah. It's a lesson. Yeah. You learn on how to make it better. Because if whatever you want to do, you achieve everything, you will not grow. The more you fail, the better you become. Yeah, failing is a lesson. It's a teacher. Yes, yes. So progress can be measured for the positive and the negative. Yeah, where you failed and you see, okay, yeah, I did not spend money well. I need to get better on how I'm budgeting. When even a budget, will I be able now to be able to drift? Because if you don't have focus, things are very many. That's why sometimes you find that it's good sometimes to have an account that you have to go to the counter to get money. If you don't go to that counter, you got to access that money. It will help you, not because you are not disciplined as such, but you have said, this is the way, I can try to get it somewhere else. Yeah. But if it's everything is here, everything that you are called to answer to, you will answer. Yeah, because there are times you need to help. But if you do not have it right on there, you could give an excuse. I don't say it's bad to help, but you have to also have measures and discipline so that you can be able to achieve what you want to do.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, and as we almost come to a conclusion of this conversation, there's someone who's watching us right now. They haven't made their goals or resolution for the year. But they'd love to know where to start. Maybe they haven't done it because they're not sure of where to start. So just from where you sit, where should one start? You know, just from, I've woken up, I've thought about, I think I need to put my life in order. I need to to set my goals, maybe for the year or for the next 3 months or for the next 6 months. Where should one start?
Like I say, if the personal life, there is corporate, there is government, there is, of course, their family. Let's say, for example, someone who just have been employed, they are planning to get married, they are planning to have children. Now it's time, you can arise and say, now, I've got a job. This is how much I'm getting. Now, this is a time to plan. Like, I'll give a very good example. Someone said, if even us, we didn't plan like that. If we, when we are starting our families, we could have said, I will project it to have like 2 children or 3 children. I expect my children to go to this level of education. I expect my children to go to university of this kind. Then you go and check how much it costs. When even you are planning to have children, you know, do I need 6 or do I need 2? Because it is a cost. And every extra mouth you bring to your table, it is eating.
Yeah.
So you will know, do I need 2 or 3 or 6? Because this is what I want. So you start planning. You can start, this is a long-term plan. Maybe it is saying in 10 years, I want to have like 3 children, 2 children. And all of them, I'll get them to get to this kind of school.
Yeah.
And now you start. That is long-term.
Yeah.
You come to now. Now, I'm planning. I'm not even married. I'm dating maybe. I project by November, I'll be able to propose. You project. You don't just stay like this and you see women passing. Which one do I marry? Which one do I marry? When do I marry? You must project. Then you come. She may say yes or no. Then you have dating period.
Yeah.
You just look at what is happening. What do I need to check on this? And you be specific. What do you want? The kind of woman you want to marry. These things we didn't know, but now they are all over. You can say, the kind of woman I want to marry, what are the qualities I need in this woman? You're checking during time of dating.
Yeah.
Because it is better to stop than to get into a mess, you see. So you have all that time. And you say, within 2 years, I will have settled.
Yeah.
And you pray about it. Tell God, this is the projection I have. I want you to involve you in this. In this year, I want to have done this. And by next year, I'll be planning my marriage. Then you come get there. When you project it and you speak it every day, it will come to pass. But if you live like you are going to the west, to the east. So you can start from there. I'm giving an example of someone who planning now. Just because I don't say when you don't have a job, you don't need to get married. But surely, you're not coming to speak in tongues to give your family food.
Yeah.
You need to know what to give them. So you need to plan. I'm getting a family. I'm now ready for this. I'm projecting to do this. Yeah, you start there. Then you also know when they come, they will hit. They need a house to live. So you start projecting. Such.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is ensure you move bit by bit.
Let me tell you, for example, even God, when he was creating, he started with light, the sun, the what, the herbs, before a man came to find something to eat. It's so strategic. You need to be strategic. You cannot start planning how to bring babies. There is no, even the wife, there's no bed to sleep. How will you have the babies? Yes.
And on that note is where we will end this conversation. Thank you so much, Pastor Paul Blessing, for joining us and for just enabling us understand better on how to set measurable and achievable and realistic as well as timely goals. Thank you so much.
Thank you too.
This is where we end Good Morning Kenya for today. Thank you so much to each and every one of you who has been tuned in from when we started off the show. On behalf of everyone who has made this show a success, we want to wish you a lovely day. Do enjoy the rest of your viewing. Goodbye.
It's Sanjay. Why does everyone think our names are Patel? My name is Sanjay, period. Sanjay.
I want to marry 3 wives at the same day. They both say at the same time, I do.
Wanaume wacheni umpeya. Just speak it out so that every one of us can get the joke. You would understand it even if we drew it for you.
Hey! Mayo! Guys, are we about to witness a case of domestic violence? Man down. We have to save Kinanzi. We have to save our comrade. Wait. Listen, girlfriends.
Umepanga kunimaliza.
Na mautamu. Ngoja kwanza nataka kukuelezea kitu ni
customer ameridhisha nini?
Anataka kokitail.
Surprise me with anything.
Surprise!
No. Akili sio vyombo vya wageni. Najua saa zingine jisikilizange ukiongea.
Dalimo, vile hoteli.
Niliambiwa aloiba vitu zangu alikuwa ni mtu amevalia surupwenye ya kijani kibichi na viatu vya mwalimu jini. Surupwenye na mwalimu chini tumefanya nini?
When a woman is given the tools and opportunities to support herself, the impact created goes far beyond her. It creates a cycle of women empowerment where one generation inspires and uplifts the next. For Lydia Wasike, this realization led her to begin the Yumosco organization, an institution that offers young women an opportunity to rise against all odds. Her inspiration came from getting a child at 14 years old and ending up on the streets.
I gave birth at a teenager age. I was only 14 years. Nikapata mtoto wa kike. Yeah, so what I went through ni kitu yenye iliniguza sana because nilipitia mengi sana. Nikikuja kuishi nilikuja baba dogo with my aunt. My aunt alinikaribisha tukakaa naye. But challenges za maisha, kila mtu na maisha yake. Maisha haikuwa rahisi. Mpaka ikanisukuma nikakosa mahali pa kukaa. Nikajikuta kwa street with my baby. Sina mahali pa kwenda, like completely sina, na mtoto ni mdogo. Nilitoka tu nje ya plot. Hiyo place ilikuwa inaitwa Ngomongo. Kitu 30 minutes. Nililia. I think nililia ile uchungu ya huna mzazi, huna mahali pa kwenda. Mama akasikia, akatoka nje akachungulia. Akaniambia sawa, sasa mimi mali naweza kusaidia. I'll take you in kama mtoto wangu. Tukakaa first week, second week akanipeleka training. Akanipeleka kwa rafiki yake. Akaniambia nimepewa msichana, you coach her mpaka ajue kushona. The moment atajua kushona, uniambia amejua kushona, nitajua venye nitamsaidia from there. So nikielekea kumaliza, kaniambia now there's somewhere wana recruit watu mambo na kushona in a certain company just near ilikuwa baba dogo. Can you do that work? Nikamwambia yes of course. Nilifanya almost a year, nikapata something, nikasave for some almost 9 months. Kazi yangu Kariobangi. After kuweka kazi yangu, then maisha tu ikakuwa sawa, like God alifungua milango.
She saw the crucial need to change this narrative by equipping young women with different skills.
Kuna msichana nikamwona anashinda akikuja kila siku asubuhi, anakaa mahali na mtoto amejikunja. Nikamuuliza, "Una you willing kushona?" Akasema, "Unaweza taka kujua?" Akasema, Msichana nikamchukua, akaanza training hapo kwangu, akamaliza, akapata kazi hapo tu kwa soko. So after kumaliza akaleta wengine wakakuja, nikapata wasichana wangapi? 3.
Coming from difficult backgrounds, these women have to undergo mental counseling sessions to help them cope with difficult emotions and break unhealthy patterns that could derail them in the program.
After mental awareness, which tulifanya iko every Mondays, after computer classes wako na hiyo mental awareness, at least wanafunzwa. My motivation is when I just see these girls win. It's all about changing these girls' lives.
Starting with just 3 students in a rented stall, Yumosco has grown and now offers various technical courses that are considered basic and important.
Our founder started this vision well before 2019, but it was not like clearly defined what she wanted to do as per the organization. And now this is when now she started to see there's a need to work with young people in these communities that are not very wealthy or anything. The first cohort we had 12 graduates, that was last year. This year we had one cohort that started in January, they finished in June. There were about 20 students. Now we have already begun the second cohort and they will be graduating in December.
With the help of the community, the organization is able to get tutors who volunteer to teach the women.
We are now currently partnering with Life Ministry and Kin International. We also have a few friends, families who come and step in for us. At the moment, we are also trying to get grants from the government, from other NGOs. Yeah, we're just working towards getting the resources to work for the organizations. As Yumosco, we are privileged, I would say, to be centered in a community organization. We work very closely with the churches and the communities around us, with the Nyumba Kumis and the chairman of different places here.
Though the organization is able to manage the current number of students, nothing is without its challenges.
Unajua, everything ni mambo na resources. Unapata, like for the staff, for the tutors, they volunteer. You can't trace a volunteer your entire time. Unapata like sasa, mwalimu amekuja, amefunza for a month, then anaona, sitaendelea hivi, anaenda. Another one, maybe mwingine anakuja. Hiyo change of tutors pia inaleta ni challenges zenye tunapitia sana.
As per now, we have very many ladies who would like to benefit from the organization. But currently we are not able to accommodate many people because we have a small space. Also the programs that we have currently running require a lot of resources. We have hair and beauty, we have fashion and design. And the resources are not so many. It is not easy to divide the resources equally among all programs. So we are only able to have the 20 students. That's the maximum we can have per cohort.
Seeing successful stories of women who have turned their lives around and made a good life for themselves, Lydia gets the motivation to push through the difficult days, knowing that each girl empowered is a step to progress in every aspect of society.
Na enjoy tu kuwafunza. Wakishajua kushona hivyo nikiona mtu amejisimamia, that is my joy.
The computer classes are mandatory for all students to help them grow with the constant evolution of digital technology.
I was looking for a job, which it was hard because people who are employing people, they want people who are skilled. And me, I'm just from school, so I didn't have skills. One of the members at Yumosco, Madam Elizabeth, talked to my mom and they encouraged me to come here. It has built my confidence and I'm getting to learn a lot of skills. I like to teach one or two people the skills that I've learned to also help them to gain something from that. And also, I'm aiming to start my own business.
For Anne, a young mother of two, being here has given her a shift in mindset. By interacting with her peers and tutors, she understands that her voice matters and she has the power to break barriers that have held back generations.
Huyu wa kwanza nilipata nikiwa shule. Sasa nilipata nikiwa shule. After kujifungua, everybody in my family wakanitoroka tu. Tangu nikuja hapa Yumosco, yani nimeona life kama ime-change. Siko venye nilikuwa before. Sasa naona at least nimejua kushona, lakini nilikuwa najua sana ilikuwa hair and beauty. Sasa niliona hiyo nimejua sana, acha niingie kushona. Juu hii kushona at least unaweza pata job. Hiyo ndio watu wengi wanaprefer.
Most of these women have shown significant growth owing to the dedication of the tutors and fellow students who encourage them to strive to be better each day.
The growth has been quite a lot. You know, when they come here, some of them are fresh from high school. They've not learned anything apart from our organization, what we offer. Some of them also may have dropped out in primary school or something. So when they come here, we start from the very basic lesson of in all their programs. If it is tailoring, we start from the basics of learning about the machine, parts of the machine, how to step on the machine. Gradually, the hair classes we also learn. You can see clearly from when somebody entered and how they are faring on.
Mental health yangu haiko kama venye ilikuwa juu. Last time nilikuwa tu nasema hawa nitawapeleka wapi? Life ni ngumu. Kuna kitu naweza fanya. Lakini sasa hii niko na watu wenye wananitia hope na wananisaidia kwa mental health yangu.
Nilipata kujua hii story about Yumosco through a friend who is alumni. Yeye pia alisomea hapa. I'm passionate about makeup since nilikuwa na dream from childhood. I wanted to be like Wabosha. Challenge big sana kwa madem ni kupata job. So without the skills you can't get any job.
Lillian Mbadi, a successful graduate from the organization with skills on events and decoration, sees how the opportunity has opened new possibilities for her. She can now stand on her 2 feet and support her child.
Tulifanya graduation last year. Nilikuwa nasoma hapa Yumosco. Nilifanya events and decoration. Sasa nafanya na Nairobi County, but still niko na side hustle yenye nafanya events and decoration. Niko na hizo our clients wananiadvertise kwa our clients wenzao. Mtu kama amekuja nimemfanyia kazi nzuri, ananirefer huko. Lydia kuna time ilifika singeweza kujilipia nyumba. Alifeel hiyo, aliona hiyo pain nilikuwa nayo kama kuwa single mother, kuna mtoto wako disabled, hauna kazi, hauna mbele, hauna nyuma, mtoto anahitaji therapy, anahitaji vitu mingi sana. So alinichukua kama mtoto wake, akanikombolea nyumba, akaanza kuniprovidea. Ndio akakuja akanileta Yumosco nikasoma. Vile alinipata nikiwa si vile niko by then. Maisha ilikuwa imechapa sawa sawa kabisa. Sasa hivi najitegemea, niko job, nafanya events, nashukuru Mungu. Kitoka home kuja Yumosco, kuja ni ile akili ya nimeenda kusoma na nitamake in life. Yote sisi kama like kwa mfano mimi kama si hiyo kujituma nisingekuwa mahali penye niko.
With inspiration and encouragement from their mentors and teachers here, they dedicate their time to sharpen their skills, knowing that they shall rise against all odds to show the world their strength, intelligence, and transform generations to come.
Mimi kwa mfano ningekuwa niko idle, leo hii pengine nilishaingia kwa kutumia madawa za kulevya, ningekuwa niko hali mbaya, but since niliingia Yumosco, niko hapa nimesoma, leo hii na niko sawa.
That's like me to not give up and to work hard and improve in whatever they are doing.
I would urge people that are going through these difficult situations that they should come out and be strong in whatever they are doing. Grasp something, grasp a skill. It will help you, it will motivate you, it will also give you value in your life.
My wish is naweza taka sana ni touch so many lives. Like isini limit ni ikwetu ni hapa Saika. I want to go kwenda kabisa everywhere. I want to touch lives. I want to change lives.
Are you a talented artist? Or are you passionate about a topic you want to discuss? But money can be very hard to find for an upcoming artist. Don't worry, Studio Mashinani has got your back. Sign up on ajira.co.ke to book a session with your music and video producers across the country. Work on your music, jingles, spoken words, and even podcasts to realize your dream. All for free. Studio Mashinani, Radani Talent.
A very good morning to you. My name is Daniel Wahome and welcome to Sports Check. It's the first episode of the year 2025. New Year's greetings from the Sports Desk place right here at KBC Channel 1. It's also a day when we've got we've got news to cover, and this has got to do especially with back to school. And first, one of the things is the Principal Secretary for Basic Education, Dr. Belio Kipsang, is going to monitor the school opening in Kiambu and Nairobi counties. He'll be visiting the following schools in Kasarani, Thika Road Primary School and Junior School, Mirema Primary and Junior School, and later he will visit Kangoya Primary and Junior School in Kiambu. So that's one of the key focus stories that we're going to have. We're also looking at the stories coming through from our court, so that is also one that we're going to be doing. And obviously, the conversations about human rights in the country, that's another one that everyone has got their eyes on. Part of the stories we're going to be looking at. And also conversations on youth sport. We've had over the weekend the Nairobi Junior Youth and Boxing Championships, and we're going to have Kenneth Valdez-Ochieng. He's a former Kenyan international boxer, and also he's the chairman of the Boxing Federation of Kenya Nairobi branch, so he's Nairobi County, so he's going to be speaking to us about this. And joining us from India will be a cricket umpire, Lydia Kaparo. She has been with the Kenya Power Hitters. She was umpiring, but also, did a lot of observations about how the Kenya team played as they won by 63 runs to win the Under-19 T20 Cricket Championship in Noida, India. And that was by 63 runs, beating the India Blasters. About 5 teams involved, about 6 teams involved, including Kenya and India Blasters. So we're going to be giving details of that. And also the athletics calendar for the year 2025. It's quite a busy one because, we've got the World Indoor Championships. That's going to be the first major event of the year, and that is in Nanjing, China, and that's going to be in March. Then we also have got the World Relays in Guangzhou, China in May. We've got the World Athletics Championships in Tokyo in September, and also the World Road Running Championships in San Diego to follow after that. And Madagascar is going to be hosting the Africa Under-18 and Under-20 Athletics Championships. And let's not also forget that Kenya hosts the Sirikwa Classic in February. This is a World Athletics cross-country tour gold event, and we also have got the Kip Keino Classic, which is a continental tour gold event. Continental tour gold event being just one rank below the Diamond League. So those are the conversations that we're going to be having, and all those are the stories that will be building up, as we start the year sporting wise, as we get ready to get into our first conversation. First, African football, we know that the region is going to be hosting the Championship of African Nations. What's the flavor of African football around this place? Well, just a feel of what it's like to be in Dar es Salaam. TP Mazembe played against Yanga over the weekend. Here are the highlights to get us going. That is the kind of atmosphere that everyone will be expecting next month, the 1st of February to the 28th of February, and that is when East Africa hosts the Championship of African Nations. Just to introduce our sign language interpreter, he is Brian Muraro. So he's going to be with us between now and 11 o'clock. And just to inform is that we shall be getting through to our youngsters who are in India, and also cricket umpire Lydia Kaparo. We want with them to just come through to us. We'll be getting through to them in a short while. And also Kenneth Valdez-Ochieng has indicated he's going to be slightly late, so we'll be running these features, and then once the interviews start running, we just roll. So next, everyone was buzz about this game, expecting one result or the other, but it ended in a stalemate. Liverpool versus Manchester United in the English Premier League.
Liverpool and Manchester United, the 2 biggest in the land. That's what the history books say, and that's what the trophy cabinets do confirm. But at the moment, only Liverpool are living up to that billing. Manchester United arrive at Anfield aching to put a puncture in their rivals' hopes of matching their record of 20 top-flight titles. Diaz reversed into Gravenberch, good chance for 1-0. It's squeezed wide in the end. Cody Gakpo on the end of it. Salah dropped in towards McAllister. Good save from Onana. It's a really clever ball, and Alisson has stayed in his goal here, and this is a good chance for Ahmad, and he can't time his header. Martinez over the top for Højlund, and he's in behind here. This is Rasmus Højlund. Good save from Alisson. Now to drift inside, and a reverse pass for Lisandro Martinez, who's rifled in for Manchester United. Wow, the most unlikely of goal scorers at Anfield. In the channel, and a good chance to cut back here and equalise. Onto his left. Appeals for handball, massive appeals from the Liverpool players. The decision is penalty. Here is Alejandro Garnacho, first chance to run at Konate and put a ball into the area, which has been finished off by Ahmad. What a moment for him against Liverpool again. Into the area for Nunez.
What a tackle.
Might still come here for Liverpool. Bradley, he's got through Fernandes. Ugarte, it's scratchy but it works. Played in towards Xerxes. Now this might be a chance. Maguire, he's missed it.
Well, on Saturday, Brighton and Hove Albion were playing against the Arsenal, and here are the highlights of that encounter.
This movement from Marino there to find a pocket and pick out Declan Rice, but Brighton quick to close down, but they've not picked up Nwaneri, who's able to exploit the space. Even Nwaneri to go all the way. Brilliance from Arsenal's teenage talents. And that is some way to give Arsenal the lead here on the South Coast. He saw the space, he drove into it, and then he beat Verbruggen too. Jorginho turns into trouble. João Pedro finding O'Reilly. It was a Dingra with the shot, and he lost his footing. At a crucial point. That is a big let-off for Arsenal and Jorginho. Pedro goes down theatrically inside the area. Anthony Taylor has pointed to the spots. Well, that is a huge decision by the referee, and one which Arsenal are not happy about. João Pedro sends her out the wrong way. Brighton have an equaliser. It's Brighton 1, Arsenal 1. And here comes Minter. Arsenal running back towards their own goal. Minter might go alone and sends that one agonisingly close. Rice takes. Party with the free header, and that one was well off target. It finishes Brighton and Hove Albion 1, Arsenal 1.
Well, just some of the highlights of the weekend, and I know much focus on the FA Cup action this week. So remember, our Dunda team will be previewing that on Friday, so as they look ahead to the weekend action. All right, now we're going to get into a story about the Special Olympics. A prodigy, Purity Kandie. Let's get her story.
They sing about the truth and nothing but the truth, that God's timing is the best. And indeed it is for Purity Kandie, who has proved that she's capable of becoming a distinguished member of the society despite her intellectual disability. Kandie was born with Down syndrome, and her family, led by her father Julius Kosgei and mother Ann, embraced her condition and raised her as any other normal child despite facing challenges along the way.
Purity Kandie was born with mentally challenged, and we really passed so many difficulties in raising her. And also, you see, most of the people were actually wondering what happened to this child. And anyway, we took care of our child. When she was young, we loved her. In fact, we showed her love more than even the other children. And she grew when she felt that she's being loved by the family.
And that is why she's been able to help out in household chores without any hitches, helping the gardening and farming at home.
She could not feel that she's a mentally challenged person, no. She took herself to be a normal child. That's why she could do all other things. And let me tell you, this daughter of mine, she does a lot of things in the family. From house choruses, washing house, dishes, feeding even animals, feeding chickens. She does a lot of things. And
they eventually found a school which was willing to accept her, and there was no looking back, as it has nurtured her talent to the highest level. And with the help of Special Olympics Kenya, she's been able to represent the country in 2 Special Olympic Games in Abu Dhabi and Berlin, where she boasts of 2 gold medals and a silver in the 50 meters dash and a standing jump, including a first-class model in dancing. Oh, how she loves to dance.
We had a challenge when we went to school. Most of the school could not accept her because of the mentally challenged. I think, if I can remember, we took almost 3 to 4 schools. It's only one school that accepted her, that's the Kitale school. And let me tell you, what God has planned for this child, nobody can know. Because even the schools that refused to accept her, they have now come to realize that this child had some talent. She's a national figure.
She even features for the AIC Nuru Gospel Choir. She is among the winners of the prestigious Sawyer Awards, and most of all, she was conferred a head of state commendation by President William Ruto in the 2024 Jamhuri Day celebrations. Purity Kandie is indeed an inspiration for persons with intellectual disabilities, for proving that if we choose to include, we will be changing the perceptions of many so that they are integrated into the society. And why is that? Because we are better together. All belong to these.
And that is the story of Purity Kandie, who received state honors on Jamhuri Day 2024 for exploits in the Special Olympics. And now, what about a lady who is an ace in that? Selina Sakawe is one who knows how to get the correct points and at the correct places and in the correct order in the game of darts. So, how many of these people do we know? We've heard of people like Daniel Ndaita. We know of people like Alex Kavisi, people who've made darts known. And it is a sport that cuts across all genders. And this is one of the ladies who has made her mark in the sport, and she is going to tell us her story through the ace that's coming up shortly. Remember, shortly we'll be joined by Lydia Kaparo, who has been in Noida, India, the Under-19 T20 Cricket Championship. And also, we're going to be joined by Kenneth Valdez Ochieng, who is the chairman of the Nairobi the Boxing Federation of Kenya Nairobi Championship. So let's first get the ace, Selina Sakawe.
Selina Bari. And for today, we are privileged to have with us Selina Sakawa. She has been there, done that in darts. Actually, she's Kenya's #1 player in darts. And we are talking about the S as well as Know Your Sport, because Selina will teach us how to play darts as well as talk about her career. Selina, karibu sana. Wacha tuende uwanjani tuone vile kuna chezo.
Darts is an indoor game played on a circular numbered board with the 20 segments and a small center known as the bull's eye.
Sasa mtu akikuja, unakuja na dati zako, unasimama hapa kwa line. Hii line, then una focus. Hii unaenda na hesabu.
It is played by 2 or more players in singles, doubles, triplets, or just simply teams.
Sasa hii ndio tunaita board, dart board. Sasa zile tunacheza kulingana na board. Hapa nje tunaita doubles, the outer link, the inner link, this one ni triples, hii ni semis, hii ni pool. Sasa saide tunacheza game, sometimes kuna game mingi, kuna 301, kuna 501, kuna 701. Sasa tukianza kucheza game, wa officials wanatengeneza mood of the game ile tutacheza siku hiyo. Na saa zile tunacheza huwa sana tuna aim this house number 20 or number 18, number 19 or number 18. Sasa hilo na hand marks sana sana huwa tunachezanga 5 for 1. Sasa 5 for 1 tukianza game, kila mtu akona kama Wavinya, Selina na Wavinya. Sasa Selina akicheza hapa, akidunga kama hapa hivyo atahesabiwa 180. Tuna minus from 501. Wavinya na yeye anakuja, anarusha zake, anacheza zake, ile max atapata kwa board ndio tuna minus huko. Tukiteremsha hiyo 501, ikifika sasa, for example, the highest max ile unaweza maliza nayo 170. Sasa una hem hapa, alafu unamaliza na hapa. Sasa hivyo utakuwa umemaliza 170 na utakuwa umemaliza hiyo game. Na ikikataa, kuna njia mingi unatengeneza tu. Ukitrain huo unaelewa vile unacheza.
Each player takes a turn to throw 3 feathered darts at the target in turns, with the aim being to reduce a fixed score to 0. The score is calculated and deducted from players' total.
Sasa hiyo umecheza 26. Na ukiona kama juu fiki, saa nyingine mkono itaki kupanda, unacheza hata hii 19. Umecheza 43. Umecheza 29.
Darts, which originated from England, is very popular around the world, culminating in a world championship that is normally held around Christmas or the New Year. The competitive sport has been embraced by many women in the country, among them former Kenya #1 Selina Sakawa.
Aya, ngoja pima hapo tu, hapo juu. Hiyo umerusha nje. Sasa umebakisha 60. Sasa nimebakisha 2. Sasa mimi hakuna mahali nitaenda, lazima nipime. Hapo umecheza mingi. Sasa ukicheza unaenda unachukua tu. Sasa nimeshinda.
I almost beat the Kenya #1. Haiko sawa.
Sakawa is a 7 times Kenya Open champion who played for various teams and still plays up to date.
Tukiwa huko nyumbani Kisii nilikuwa nacheza volleyball. Sasa tukiwa Kisii Stadium, wakati tumetoka kwa beach kufanya mazoezi ya volleyball, kuna mahali tulikuwa tunaenda, ilikuwa kama canteen. Tunakunywa soda, nikaona body iko hapo. Nikachukua tu nikarusha. Hizo darts zilikuwa zimewachwa tu hapo. Mimi nilirusha tu nikaona nimejua na nikajua tu hivyo na nikaachana na volleyball. Sasa nikaanza kucheza darts. Kuna klabu ya huko nyumbani ilikuwa inaitwa Kasu, wakanitrain, hata wazee walikuwa huko. Kuna mwenye alikuwa anaitwa Meja Magal, lakini aliaga. Akanipea darts. Nikaanza kutrain na wao, nikatrain. Hata the first game niliwin, sasa nikianza kujua nilishinda huyo Meja Magal. Na alikuwa mkali, alikuwa champion. Nikaendelea hivyo, nikakuja nikachukuliwa na klabu ya Son Sugar. Sasa wakati nilikuja hiyo 97 Brayburn, nilikuja na hiyo klabu ya Son Sugar. Nikacheza hapo, nikarudi nyumbani, managing director akaniita. Wakanipea nilikuwa natoka Kisii naenda mpaka Son Sugar huko Awendo, tuna practice na wao jioni narudi. Hata nilikuwa nipewe kazi na huyo mzungu, patron wetu alikuwa mzungu. Sasa wakati mzee wangu alipigwa transfer huku sasa, nikaendelea kucheza nikiwa huko Nyanza na present game timu ya Nyanza tukikuja inter branches. Mzee wangu akakuja akapigwa transfer, akakuja huku headquarters, prisons headquarters. Sasa na mimi ndio nikakuja huku. Vile tulikuja huku 98 nikachukuliwa na bank, Kenya Commercial Bank. Nikaichezea for 9 years. Ikaisha, klabu ikaisha, waka dismantle the team ya darts. Nikaenda airport. Nikachezea airport 2 years. 3 years. Tukaenda Kikoso huko Meru. Vile tulicheza hiyo Meru, mimi ndio nilikuwa the best. Nilishinda hata wanaume. Tukarudi huku tukapewa reward, nilipewa pasi ya kupiga pasi. Hata saa hii iko ijaharibika. The following year tukaenda Machakos. Tena nikakuwa the best. Nikashinda tena wanaume. Sasa wakati nikakuja nikatoka, kuna msichana mmoja wa AP akakuja akaniambia eti wanaweza niandika AP. Nikawachezea for 4 years. Nikashine, timu ilikuanga premier. Wakakuja mpaka super na ilikuwa super. Sasa wakakuja mpaka premier na hawajai toka. Sasa wakati fans zikitoka, kuna wakati tulikuwa tumeapply tuende ng'ambo. Mimi nikafail. Nikachezea Musiam for 1 year. Sasa CA wakakuja wakati walienda Kikoso. Kuna mkubwa huko alikuwa anaitwa Tom. Alikuwa ameniona nikicheza huko Meru. Wakati walikuwa wanataka coach. Sasa mimi nilikuwa tushajuana, tulikuwa tumebadilishana namba. Nikampigia nikamwambia Tom, nasikia mnahitaji coach. Sinikuja nifundishe wafanyikazi. Akaniambia kuja saa hii. Nikaenda saa hiyo nikapewa contract. Nilipewa contract ya 1 year. Ilikuwa 2012. Vile nilicheza hiyo 1 year contract iliisha. Nikaendelea tu kuwachezea, nilikuwa coach stroke player. Nikaendelea tu kuwachezea, ikakuja ikafika I think it was 2017. Sijui management huko kuliendaje, wakasema hawataki sasa hawataki wale sio employees. Sasa tunaona mimi nikakaa nje. Nimekaa nje from 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020. Hiyo corona ikakuja 2020 mwisho kama wakati game ilianza tu hivi. Sasa tena nikachukuliwa na National Museum.
She has been Kenya's #1 since 2004 before she was dethroned by Anne Wairimo.
Kenya Open nimeshinda mingi for 26 years. Nimeshinda mingi hata siwezi count. It's more than 15, I think. 15 ama 10. Hizi zingine hata count. Kwa sababu hata nikienda every game sana huwa nakuwa number 1 2. Kwa nyumba ziko mingi. Alafu kama East Africa tukienda tujai vile tukichaguliwa kwa Kenya timu nimejisea more than 17 years. Kuanzia 2002 kwenda nyuma. Kuna wakati wengine walikuwa wakaenda Malaysia, wakaenda South Africa. Walikuwa washaenda. Lakini mimi tangu nianze kunawili hatujai enda, tunaenda within the region, East Africa region. Na huko tunaenda tuna perform. Na alafu Kenya hatujai shindwa ni tukienda interstates hatujai shindwa unless last year tu ndio tulishindwa.
The sport has helped her a lot in raising her family who are pursuing academics as well. Selina Sakawa hopes to start an academy one day so that her children can also embrace the sports of darts.
Kuna mmoja sasa academy anaitwa Israel Turkana. Sasa huko Kiambu ameanzisha academy ya kufundisha watoto. Na hivyo ndio tulikuwa tunataka sasa hata mimi kama ningekuwa na funds ningefungua academy nianze kufunza watoto. Sasa vile sina uwezo. Darts ni kama therapy. Ukicheza hii darts huwezi kuwa na stress sana. Kwa sababu sasa tuseme umetoka kwa nyumba na stress, tutakuja tukutane na wewe, tuanze kucheka, tucheze, ukirudi wewe siku hata na pressure rahisi. Ni nzuri sana. Inasaidia mwili. Sasa mimi ningeomba tu serikali yetu itusaidie, itupromote. Na unajua sisi wa Kenya tukienda huko nje, sisi ni fighter. Hata hao wangambo tunaweza washinda, ni vile hatujawahi pata hiyo opportunity ya kwenda.
And welcome back to Sports Check on this Monday morning on the 6th day of January 2025. Well, let's get into our first interview now. And joining us from Noida, India, is the Kenya Power Hitters team. They were taking part in the Noida Under-19 T20 Cricket Championship that was hosted in India throughout the Christmas holidays with the final played yesterday. Kenya winning by 63 runs over the India Blasters. And joining us now from Noida, India, we've got via Zoom, we've got the coach of the team who's also a director of the Obuya Cricket Academy, who is David Obuya. David, a very good morning to you.
Morning to you.
And also, we have got the captain of the side, Yash Gohil. Yash, good morning. And also the vice captain of the side, who is...
Good morning, how are you?
Very, very well. And also the vice captain of the side, who is Kenneth Mwangi. Ken, a very good morning to you.
Good morning.
All right, thank you. Let me move to you, David, now. And straightforward, you know, David, first of all, just give us the background of the Kenya Power Hitters getting invited to this Under-19 T20 Championship that was hosted in India.
Yeah, good morning. First of all, I want to say that we've got a long history with Palak Cricket Academy, whereby every year for the last 3 years, I've been down here in India every February of the year, then comes to run their coaching in the academy. After I've run their coaching, I also sport for 2 talented boys. Then when come mid of the year, I bring them down to Nairobi to play for the Obuya Cricket Academy. So we've been with a lot of link with Palak Cricket Association. Then this year they decided that why don't we bring a team over So it was a tournament which was invited by Pala Association. We had different academy, but now there were different academy coming from different countries. That's why in this tournament, we are a cricket academy, but because we are representing Kenya, so it became Kenya Power Hitters.
Well, there it is. And just, take us through, the experience of playing against, the sides, Sri Lanka and Lions under 19, Barbados Select 11, in Nepal, Everest Eagles, and India had two sides, the India Stars and the India Blasters. Just, just give us an overall oversight into the teams that you played against.
I think the tournament was very competitive, and I think the boys learned a lot because it's different experience, different culture. The environment was totally different. Down here, it was very cold, so guys were moving, working throughout the cold. And then for me, my take home is the juniors who are playing from different countries. On top of that, they were a very good, decent team. Like for the Indian team, they had several boys who represented India in under 19, and also they had boys who were representing their state team. So the tournament was very competitive, and I think our boys stood up for the challenge, and they played good cricket throughout. The spirit was there and everything. So it is one thing that I would recommend even when you go back at home, if we can have more of these tours regularly, especially outside the country, because for the last 6-7 days, the boys have managed to play 6 games in the last 7 days. That's what we lack back at home, because we lack a lot of match experience, of which we got it here, and especially for Yash and the other young boys who are under 19 qualifiers is around the corner. I think it was a good preparation before the under 19 World Cup qualifier.
Come over to Yash and Kenneth. Yash, let me come to you first. And, getting an opportunity now to go play in India. I mean, whenever everyone talks about cricket, they see India as, a mecca of cricket, 1.4 billion people. And cricket is close to a religion in that country. What was that experience there?
Yeah, of course, India is very competitive. Yeah, they have high standards of their cricket. So compared to us, they do have more quantity, but I believe back at Abuya Cricket Academy, they have the quality and they possess the talent of coaches as well. So because of their training and hard work, it was possible for us to win this tournament. And big hats off to the organizers as well, because the tournament was well organized as well as the coaching and everything. So hats off to them.
Well, let me come to you, Kenneth. And, as one of these space bowlers, what were some of the learning lessons for you, playing against Nepal, Barbados, Sri Lanka, and also 2 Indian sides, including in the final yesterday?
First, I appreciate Pala Sport Club to organize this game. It was a good tournament. Barbados was a good team, but they failed to qualify in the finals. Their coach is good. I think Barbados and Sri Lanka, when we have not played them, so I don't know how they play, but I think it's a good team, and Barbados.
Well, let me come to you, back to you, David. And looking at, as a person who's done a lot of coaching age grade and through the levels, what are some of the things that, you picked up from the young side that played in this tournament over the past 1 week? And, in cold conditions, I could see that all the umpires had some, warm clothing on, and the players would also have, sweaters on just to keep the wind away.
I think the boys were up to challenge. The good thing with the team they had a very good mindset, whereby they only focused on one thing, which was cricket. And in cricket, they only focus on ball and bat. I think the basics were right. And the good thing is it was a young group, and one of the team unity was there. I thought the boys played for each other, they backed each other, but more the self-belief and the confidence was there. Because when everybody talks about India, when you come to play cricket in India, everybody expects a stiff challenge. And I think our boys mentally were very prepared. They knew it was going to be a hard tour, especially playing in India and against Indian team and teams like Barbados, Sri Lanka, because coming to this tournament, we were more of an underdog. When you look all those teams which were participating in the tournament, all of them have got the test status.
So, yeah, David Obuya, who is with the Obuya Cricket Academy, was leading a Kenya under-19 side to the under-19 cricket championship that was out there in Nadia, India. So, and as we take a look, at this championship, Kenneth, let me come to you so that, you could just talk about yesterday. You had that one over, that was in the power play early in the game, and taking 3 wickets, but it's not the kind of start that you'd have loved from that over. But otherwise, 3 wickets in 4 balls as the over came to a close. We're speaking with the Kenya Power Hitters, who won the under-19 T20 Cricket Championship in Nadia, India. And this is after a 63-run win over India Blasters. Kenya Power Hitters scoring 195 runs for the loss of 5 wickets. And in that innings, Anas Baig had 75 runs for Kenya, and Rugg scored 46. India Blasters 132 all out. And to hand Kenya Power Hitters the team, Ken Mwangi, who is the vice captain of the side, took 3 wickets in 1 over. Moving over, Ken, if you can just get me clearly, just take us through that moment, when you were bowling and you took those 3 wickets in 1 over, 3 wickets, 4 balls. Okay, so Ken, just a question again. In the final yesterday against India Blasters, 3 wickets in 1 over, and the whole feeling for you and how you just got yourself composed after 2 deliveries that didn't go your way.
First of all, I can say the ball has helped me. I bowled two overs, one over. I did not bowl well, but I come back well. That last over, I bowled 3 wides, 3 wickets. I think that was a good over.
Well, let me talk about that over, Ken, because specifically, I know you had the wides because having watched that game, but it was those 3 wickets in 4 balls. And how did you regain your composure? Because, once the ball goes wide, it's all about getting calm again and making sure that you strike the batsman.
That over, my captain was backing me up. I bowled 2 wides. My keeper said, come back again. That's why I ball wide, good ball. The ball was swinging a lot. The ball helped me to. It was swinging. The ball was helping me. The keeper, my captain was saying, come back again. That's why I came back well. And my coach David Obuya was telling me, try to ball on the on the leg. That's why I bowled that.
Uh-huh. Well, and the one moment is when you missed 3 wickets in 3 balls at the hat-trick ball for you. You went down, but after that, recovering and getting the 3rd wicket for that. Whole celebration from the team.
I think my captain or skipper, he can say a lot.
Okay, over to you, Yash. Just trying to keep your team composed after, you get somebody, you bowl and the opposing team is scoring, the runs there, or you're conceding runs because the ball has gone wide or maybe a no ball, how do you get your team composed back again?
Yeah, to be honest, cricket is more a game of patience. You just have to relax, stay calm, and just keep backing each other up. Look for the positives. For every good ball, dot balls create pressure. So that's what we were mainly targeting. So the more pressure we built up, that's how we got our wicket.
Just take us through that particular over, because you were just behind the stumps and you could see the ball. You see it go wide of you. You probably are not happy. But how did you get the team composed? And then the bills are flying. Suddenly the bills started flying 3 times out of 4.
The start of the over didn't start that well. There were a few wide balls going down leg, but I think as a team, we all just backed up Ken. We know his abilities. We know what Ken can do. So we just told him, just pull the ball on the stumps quick, and the wicket did the rest of the job. Nipped in, nipped out. And those were perfect balls.
Well, so you've had it from, that is Yash Gohil, who's the captain of the Kenya Power Hitters, and also Mwangi. And he did win a couple of Man of the Match awards at the championships. David, let me just come back to you now. Knowing that the depth of the teams that you are playing against, think of Nepal, think of Sri Lanka, think of India, all test playing teams, Barbados, they are there, they've got the whole influence of the West Indies. What are some of the things that you've picked up, from the coaches who you work with in India on how to make sure that players are patient and can deliver the runs and, get the right technique?
I think as coaches, we normally, especially when you are dealing with the age groups, it's all about sharing. So I've shared a lot with the Barbados coaches and the management, Nepalis, the Indian blasters. So it's more is how do we encourage the boys to play for their national team? Because you'll see all this, whatever we are doing here, this is a pathway to the main team. So, and every coach, whether you are a Kenyan, whether you are a Barbados, is to see any youngster progressing to the national team. I thought we've coped well, and also we were lucky when we landed here. We had one of my friend who has been dealing with our captain Yash. He's from Mumbai, he's a coach. So he joined our camp. He's called Kiran Desai, who has been helping a lot, especially helping us with understanding the conditions, the wicket, and how the boys have been playing here, how the wickets behave, the outfield, and when you win the toss, what you need to do when the weather is like this, how will the dew play a part in the innings, so when to bowl, when to bat. So I think I've learned a lot, especially from my fellow coach who has been assisting me, Kiran Desai, and to the other coaches we've been just talking is how do we get the boys interested, and how do we get more boys coming through and loving playing cricket, especially every dream of any coach is to see one of his product playing for the national team. And I'm very proud, especially with this group which we have here. It has a lot of talented group, especially the Yash Gohil. The captain, he showed a lot of maturity in his leadership. He was calm and he backed everybody up. And that's what I enjoyed watching from outside, when especially youngsters take control of their game, as opposed to us as the technical bench taking control of the game. So I gave them a free hand, and I thought Yash Gohil did a wonderful job with the boys, especially his field placing, his bowling change, how he reads the game, his match awareness, presence of mind. I think he's set for a big career up ahead of him. We hope to see him captaining the main team, because he has those leadership qualities and the way he's calm and controlling the boys. So we are yet Hopefully, we are praying that most of the boys from this tour will see their dream, because everybody's dream is to play for the national team, and especially play for the national team, but not only national team, represent your team in the World Cup. And with this kind of boys, if they continue working hard the way they've been, and giving it all the way they've done, keeping their discipline up, I don't see the reason why they should not make it up there.
Well, you've had it now. You've had it from the coach, I'm sure, Yash and Kenneth. And Yash, since now you've got the full experience of cricket in the Indian subcontinent, and for you, what are some of the lessons that you'd want to bring back to Kenya and with those that you play with at any one time?
Yeah, of course, we've learned a few things. Like, I've been here for the past month training session with Kiran Desai. So I have picked up quite a few technical aspects of the game, about more specifically field placements, but more targeting the mental aspect of the game, match awareness, game awareness, field setting, bowler changes. So from that, I will bring it back to my team, back to Kenya, and hopefully add a few things on.
Well, let me come to you, Ken, and you are a bowler, and it's always, a dream for any cricketer who's out there to have, the good skills when it comes to fielding, that when you're out there bowling, which is what you do at the moment, and batting. What are some of the things that you'd like to see improved overall in your cricket skill set?
First, I want to appreciate David Obuya and our academy. They taught me a lot of things about bowling, about fielding, about batting. First, my bowling, I think I'm confident. I'm good. I'm a good bowler. I'm a good all-rounder. But from batting, I think I am a good. That's why.
Uh-huh. You said you're a good. You're more of a good bowler, looking more towards the pace bowling, or are you looking more at being an all-round pace, medium pace bowler? What are you looking at? I didn't get the last word that you said. That that you're a good. You're looking at being a good bowler. And what about all-round, working more on your batting, because your bowling numbers speak for themselves? Things that you'd like to see about your batting.
For me, if you say a ball from bowling or batting, I can say I will choose bowling, but batting I am a runner. That's why everybody from that. For example, you send me to go and knock, to go and hit. I go forward to hit every ball. That is the job of a runner, to hit.
Well, let me come to you, David, because shortly I think Yash and Ken, maybe you could give way so that Lydia can come in and we could have a conversation with her, being one of the umpires at that tournament. Looking at David, you've played in the top order of batting, and also you've been a wicket keeper. How would you like to see the development of Kenyan batsmen such that they can play against any bowler in the world?
What I saw, especially in this tour, to take nothing away, we had the young boy from Uganda who have coached him for many years since he was 8. He's called Anas Bain. I think Anas Bain has been outstanding with a strike rate of over 150 in each game. And I thought that for Kenya batters, they displayed the best batting performance in this tournament, because man of the series was Anas Bain. Best batter was Anas Bain. So I thought that the batting aspect, we did very well, because I told them it is very simple. We are playing T20, is carefree cricket. Go there, enjoy yourself, don't fear getting out. Go there, express yourself, and I think that's what the boys did, because in the first 6 overs, we were always in a run rate of 8 to 10 plus, which is a very good run rate. So the top order, especially the batters, did their job. The running in between the wicket was good. Partnerships were there, so they did all the key things in batting, whereby there is strike rate, they were minimizing dot balls, partnerships were good, running in between wickets were good, and the good thing is they understood their role as batters in whatever situation they go. If the situation needed him to rotate, they were doing that. To attack, they were doing that. I thought they are set for a big thing in their career, because they've now understood the game much better than before they came here. So I think they're learning at a very good rate, which is very good to see from the young boys.
Well, David, thank you, Al. And right now we are joined by somebody who's played cricket for the country, played tennis, and now is a cricket umpire. And she was one of the umpires at the Noida Under-19 T20 Cricket Championship. Lydia Kaparo. Lydia, just looking at the time in India, it's good afternoon to you out there. Good morning from Kenya.
Hello?
Okay, so yeah, we can see that Lydia Kaparo, who's a cricket umpire, has joined us. Lydia, good afternoon in India. Good morning to you from Kenya.
How are you doing?
I am very, very well. Well, you know, from being in the national team colours, just the transition to cricket umpiring, just give us a background of that transition such that, you know, the whole cricket ecosystem now is fully a part of your life. How has that transition been?
I think it's been an amazing journey. I'm enjoying. You know, umpiring is all about being passionate about what you're doing. And I've really enjoyed this cricket. As my last sports, I've actually had so much fun. It's become my favorite, and I'm really enjoying the journey. I've done a couple of international, and I really enjoyed this tournament. Having umpired in India for the first time, I think it's been a lovely journey. I can't say that I've not had fun. I've really enjoyed myself, and I've made friends. I've met people. I've seen a new country that I've never traveled to. So yes, it's been amazing so far.
Well, let's not just talk about this tournament. You were there for the entire week. You're part of the, you know, umpiring team. And what is it that you are seeing, you know, from different age grade cricketers from India, Nepal, Sri Lanka, Barbados, and how they fully understand, you know, the game and what needs, you know, to be done as they grow their skills? Because as they grow up in ranks, then, you know, they will be facing, you know, very, very strict umpires, people who know the entire law book by heart.
The standards has been quite impressive. For under-19s, I did not expect this, so I'm quite impressed with what I've seen so far. Having met some players who actually represent their countries, India, West Indies, Barbados, I think it's been amazing. Good cricket all rounds, even from the Kenyan team it's been nice to watch them play. The standard is quite high. And looking at this, we have so much talent, and I believe most of them will end up playing at the highest level, representing the country in the national teams. And yes, as I say, there is talent, and the standard is quite high. I'm very impressed, and I hope most of them continue doing whatever they're doing, and I hope they get to play at the higher level. Yeah.
Okay, so the other thing, Ian, one word of encouragement you'd like to give to young cricketers. We know if it's not everyone who can break into the pro game, but one can join, you know, the whole scope of cricket. There are those who will be scorers, there are those who will be umpires, and there are those who can get into coaching. what are the opportunities in the cricket ecosystem? Because this is now what has become your favorite sport.
Yeah, so as we always say that not all players can make good coaches, and not all coaches can make administrators, and not all administrators can make good umpires. You have to be passionate. You have to love what you're doing. You have to have the love for doing whatever it is that you want to do. And it's just hard work. Like, you have to work hard and want whatever it is that you want to do. You must want it. Like, if you want to achieve your goals, you have to want something and you have to work hard towards it. So if you want to play at the highest level, you have to train, you have to play your best, you have to impress, you have to, you have to score runs, get wickets if you're a bowler. You have to work hard. So I would just say work hard, and you have to be passionate about what you're doing for you to achieve your goals, yeah.
All right, thank you very much. Final word from you, Vice Captain Ken Mwangi. What out there to all those aspiring young cricketers after your experience at the Noida Under-19 T20 Cricket Championship?
I think it was a good tournament, good win. I think I can advise them. Cricket is a good game. It needs patience. That's all I can say.
All right. Captain, closing word from you from the playing side. And, you could just, given that we've also been mentioned that we've seen Anas Baig taking, the player of the series. He was, man of the match, scored 75 for you yesterday. What else to all those in the team?
Anas is a very good player. He's a hard hit off the ball, talented, good eyes, good hands, good hand-eye coordination as well. He's a good spinner, good bowler. He's an all-round good cricketer, but most importantly, he has that winning spirit. He has that fight, that hunger to win. And I feel that's very important as a cricketer, to have that hunger and desire to want to win always.
All right. Thank you very much. Final word from you, David, as we take this break.
I think my parting shot will be, first of all, is to thank the players and to congratulate them for winning the tournament. Their hard work has paid off. Secondly, is to thank the parents for allowing their kids to come down here to play cricket. Thirdly, is to thank our Lydia, our umpire, who we traveled with her from Nairobi. She has been doing double work, umpire stroke manager. So we want to thank her for sacrificing her time to make all these things, this tour to happen, and to make all these things happen together. Lastly, I want to thank the coaches who have been working with in Nairobi and also here in India. And lastly, I just want to thank the well-wishers of Abuya Cricket Academy, some of the people who made this tour happen through their resources, other people through their connection, other people through their support, who have made this tour to be a success. And I want to thank everyone else, especially the media team has been good to us. The media team have been publishing all our events, all our what's been happening here in India. So we want to thank you also for that awareness, so that everybody can know that what goes around the world of sports. And lastly is just to thank everyone, especially my team once again, for being victorious. And I hope that, God willing, it's a team for future, and we'll see most of them playing it in the highest level. Thank you very much for giving us this opportunity. Asante.
You're welcome. Thank you very much, David Obuya, who's the coach of the Kenya Power Hitters, who won the Noida Under-19 T20 Cricket Championship in India yesterday. They'll be back in the country on Wednesday, get the flowers and all that, to celebrate them. And also, Yash Gohil, the captain of the side, Kenneth Mwangi, the vice captain of the side, and Lydia Kaparo, who was an umpire and also acting as team manager of the side. We now take our break, and when we come back, let's talk about youth boxing and what needs to be done to keep it growing. We've got Kenneth Valdez Ochieng, who's the chair of BFK Nairobi.
Una hakika ni mume wangu huyo? Si karibu amemtaja? Na alikuwa katika mazingira gani akimtaja?
Wewe kutokusoma kumekukosea sana. Haya, huu upuzi umefundishwa na nani?
Ni kuhusu mimba ya Karembo.
Ni nani? Hebu toka nje.
Nipeleke kwa kina Karembo. Karembo nani? Utanipeleka ama? Basi ngoja. Sina muda Nuru, kama wanipeleka nipeleke, kama uwezi niambie uwezi.
Umepanga kunimaliza.
Na mautamu. Ngoja kwanza nataka kukuelezea kitu ni
customer ameridhisha nini?
Anataka kokiteli.
Surprise me with anything.
Surprise! No.
Akili sio vyombo vya wageni. Najua saa zingine jisikilizange ukiongea.
Dalimo, bila hoteli.
Niliambiwa aloiba vitu zangu alikuwa ni mtu amevalia surupwenye ya kijani kibichi na viatu vya mwalimu jini. Surupwenye na mwalimu chini tumefanya nini?
I never heard the music so sweet. I repeat.
Wagwan, me brethren, big things are going. Remember, eating every Monday, we have to share down the place with nothing but the best of smooth way the vibes in your favorite station. You know these things, man.
Alafu kila Tuesday, kata simu tupo side, giving you Kenyan music from the 254.
And of course, you can spice up your Wednesday by enjoying blazing hot hip-hop and R&B jams.
We don't got no label. She say she want bottles.
Vibes and vibes as we go all across Africa, Kenya, Nigeria, Ghana, all the way to Tanzania to give you nothing but the best on Afro Thursday. Make sure you make a date with us each and every single Friday with me, DJ_Liza Diva,
DJ Colda,
and me, Wanjiko. This is Club One Extra.
Unanifanya nisikie kunyongwa. Hadija ai, mani especially ukisonga.
Thank you for joining us on Healthy Living. Stay connected to Voice of America at voanews.com. A look at your kidneys and how they impact your health. And an expert discusses chronic kidney disease and how to protect yourself. And Ivorian psychologist Noor Bakayoko shares some insights on bullying and what can be done.
It's important to avoid major events or major health crises.
How do you know if your cough is due to a serious condition? We'll have some answers. Stay well
and strive to make every day a healthy day.
And welcome back to Sports Check. On this Monday morning, it is the 6th day of January 2025. We start the year, with stories about the youngsters. And we've had the story of the Kenya Power Hitters, a cricket team that was in India, and they won the Under-19 T20 Championship in Noida. Well, time now to talk about other youngsters and what's being done to bring in the next generation of boxers. Now, before I introduce my guest and just give a background to this, our sign language interpreter within this hour is Anne Wangeshi. So let's move on to this story. When you talk about boxing in Kenya, then you've got to say that the gold medals that have come from, that are the only other gold medal that has come at the Olympics that did not come from athletics came from boxing, and that was at the 1988 Olympic Games in Seoul, South Korea, and that gold was won by the late Robert Wangila Napunyi. Before that, the one other that has how would I put it? The one other boxer, you know, we've got to speak about boxers who've won the championship. Who else has won the Val Baker Trophy? It's a Kenyan, and that was at the 1968 Games and also in 1972, a bronze medalist, but he turned out to be the best boxer in that championship. Well, what about bringing a new generation of those? Because the youngsters who are at the Nairobi Junior and Youth Boxing Championships last weekend would refer to those boxers as their grandparents or their parents. And right here with me in studio is Kenneth Valdez Ochieng, Chairman of the Boxing Federation of Kenya, Nairobi County. Chairman.
Yes.
A very good morning to you and welcome.
Thank you very much.
Yes. So here it is. Maybe you could just give us a background, you know, of the events at the weekend before we take a look at the various age grades and seeing what you learned. Having boxed for Kenya at the highest level, you boxed for the national team. There's the King's Cup that was used to be in Bangkok, now known as the Thailand International. You know, fighting to get into a space at the African Games and then spending what? Almost 20-something years in Denmark.
Yeah. Yes, as a coach, we need to have many tournaments for the upcoming boxers, because that's where they get to be seen and they learn something. You know, whenever you box, you are learning something, people are seeing what you're doing, then you grow from one stage to another. That's what happens now, like what we were doing for the juniors. Now from the junior championship, they come to novices. Then from novices, they'll come to intermediate.
Actually, these are the juniors, the youth.
Yes.
As they move up the age.
The more the age. So from there, intermediate now, they are ready now for anything. In fact, when we boxed those many years ago, somebody like Lesles Moirori, from intermediate, he went to represent Kenya in Philippines, which was very rare to be seen. And now what we are trying to do is to, you know, come together as coaches and try to bring boxers up. At the moment, we are not doing very fine, but if we can hold together, then boxing will come to the place it was. People like Wangila passed through that. In fact, we boxed the same time with Wangila. And boxers used to...
You are all welterweights.
Yeah, we were welterweights. We were welterweights. So most of the time when teams came to box Kenya, I boxed in light welterweight and Wangila boxed in welterweight. Yes. So when the Olympics 88, I was in the team. I was dropped. And then Wangila took the welterweight and Owiso took the light welterweight. So all my weights were occupied. So I went back to Denmark. Yeah, they had called me all the way from Denmark to come and join the team. Yeah.
All right. So now let's talk about this, because you want to bring in this, and one of the things that I have taken a look at is the number of, the age of the boxers who are in this competition. We had 9 and 10-year-olds like Terui Opondo of Jericho, 24 to the 25 kg category, and also 11 to 12-year-olds, like Kariobangi's Lawrence Kamau. Just how are you able to make sure that these youngsters learn the sport, but at the same time, it is safe for them because they are still young. Their bodies are still growing, developing.
Yeah. Well, with junior boxing, we have to be very, very careful with everything which happens to them. And we always want the referees and judges who have got the experience. Because when a child is in the ring, you know, anything can happen. So we want the judges and the referee in the ring taking care 100% so that, you know, it's not punched out completely. And it's also very important to know the background of these children, where they come from, talk to the parents. Some, maybe they have got some sickness, but you don't know. So they come, you weigh them, and then you take them to the ring. If something happens to the boy or a girl, as officials will be in problem. And I've been saying that again and again. So normally I try to visit them to see their parents, talk to them, tell them, do you know your child is coming to boxing? Because they come, they train and then they go back home. And some parents don't know their children are boxing. Yeah.
All right, so Coach Kenneth Valdez-Ocheng, we're going to come back because we need to speak about this so that people understand what's the right age to introduce boxer. Is it 9 years? Is it 10 years? Is it 13 years? We know of second-generation boxers. When we think of Chris Eubank Jr., and who was there, we had the late Modestine Apunyi. We saw his son getting into boxing. They have seen their fathers do it, and so they will want to imitate it, and they'll do a lot of this action and get involved with them. So what is the right age? What is the development program that you would like to do and how you do it? Coach Valdez, you've mentioned that you need to keep looking at this and their backgrounds and, you know, the little conversations with their coaches and also this. How do you, for example, now check or keep, for example, the 9 to 10-year-olds? How do you let them box? Because we're looking at a generation that is picking up and processing information quite fast.
Yes.
So already they know they're in boxing and they would like to be, you know, in the ring and get into the action very fast.
Yes. Well, normally it's supposed to be from 13. You know, some coaches, they don't care. They bring the boys who are 9, 10, but it's supposed to be as from 13 to 17. Then from 17 now, when it comes to that, it can now box in the international level of at 18. Because when they are boxing at 13 they are children. Yeah. And as coaches and officials, we are the ones who are supposed to take care of that. But then we have got some coaches who don't care. They train them and bring them and say, we are cheza. Not caring about background ya huyo mtoto. You should know.
Yeah, which is true because, yeah, I can see most of your competitors, they are from the, you know, the low-income areas in Nairobi.
Yes, they are. They are. Yes, so I've tried. At times I'm forced to go with the boy home where he stays and talk to the parents, asking them, do you know this boy has been coming to boxing? Some of them, they don't know. Na mtoto anakuja, anatrain, na unaona kweli akuna future. Then there comes a time, anatakana game iko Nakuru. Sasa, unaona mko na shida. mzazi ajui, na wewe unataka kuchukua mtoto wa mtu uende naye Nakuru alale 2-3 days ndio arudi. Unaona? So inakuwa that's a problem. So I'm trying to make it a point to coaches, visit these boys, know their background. Then from there, sasa akishafika hapa 13, hata tunaendelea tukijua huyu ni boxer.
And seeing some of the skills that we are seeing that there is a lot of activity back to where boxing had its roots. Kibra Youth, we can see that. Kibra gave us Ahmed Omar Kasongo.
Yeah.
Actually, so you are Kenya, ukisema Kasongo, you have to be careful. But that is the boxer Ahmed Omar
Kasongo. Ahmed Omar Kasongo.
Yes. So he boxed for Kenya. We're seeing a lot of young boxers also coming back from Jericho and also from the areas around Mbotela.
Yes.
And Kasarani is also now turning out to be a big place, and Githurai.
Even Kayole.
And Kayole.
Yes. I've been training them. So, yeah, we as coaches, we are the ones now who have to make a follow-up with these boys. Then, with the time, watakuwa ni international boxers if we follow steps with them. But, ujue anatokaga wapi, then wakati kuna tournaments, unamwambia kuna mchezo. So, maybe comes siku ya kwanza, siku ya pili, mzazi amemwambia kaa hapa usitoke. Jana ulishinda nje. Because mzazi doesn't know that this boy goes to boxing. So we are supposed to know their parents so that they know what is happening. Yeah, wale na watembelea wazazi wanafurahi. Kumbe anakujaga huko. Si hatujui anatoka tu, tunafikiri anacheza hapa nje. Yes, so naambia no, huyu ni boxer. Na even with time atafika mahali utasikia ameandikwa forces. Unashindwa mtoto wangu anaandikwa forces, nana ameintroduce. But we introduce them to the forces because boxers wengi sasa wanaandikwa forces peke yake.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Very true.
Not like the time we boxed, kulikuwa na Posta, KPA, Kenya Airways, zilikuwa zinaandika. Lakini siku hizi ni forces.
And he's a former boxer with Posta and Brewery, so he knows everything there is. Kenneth Valdez Ochieng. One of the things that everyone would like to talk about is, for example, in your story, you started getting into boxing so that you're not bullied.
Yes.
But there are those who are getting into boxing because they know that they can do this. How are you trying to bring out the culture that boxers are not the bullies on the street? They are such that akigonga mtu can be considered a weapon.
So that's what we do. Once they start to box, anaanza kuwa, unaona sasa ameanza kuwa na idea ya kubox, naambia don't ever try. Wacha usipigane nje. Hata kikuchokoza, wewe niambie, tutajua vile tutadili naye. Because sasa when they start fighting out, ninaribu mambo ya boxing kabisa. Singana sasa hao wanaenda pale kwa boxing, they learn how to punch, alafu anakuja kupiga watoto wengine. Na inakuwa ni shida. So ni kuongelesha, kuambia sasa, we mali umefika sasa, we si mtu wa kucheza na watoto wengine. We uko different. You are a boxer.
Well, boxing is one of the the sport that has got its own physical demands. As you grow, you must have the strength, you must have the power.
Yes.
How are you working with parents and also with schools to ensure that these young boxers, get the time to keep fit as they prepare for their careers in boxing?
Yes. Sasa when they come to train, there's some of them watakuja mapema, namuuliza wewe unasoma, do you go to school? Unasoma wapi? You have to know background yake ya masomo. Kuna mwingine atakwambia mimi sasa coach, siku hizi nitakuwa nakuja tu mara 2 ama mara 3 because ninasoma na tunatoka late. So lazima tuwapatie nafasi ya kusoma. Ni muhimu kabisa wasome, alafu wakati sasa atakuwa na hiyo time ya kutrain. Mara mingi sasa wakishafika secondary hapo from form 1 form 2 wana train vizuri. Sasa the 4th year namwambia sasa usikuje gym, maliza ufanye form 4 then we start again from there. Na wazazi wengine wanafurahi kabisa, wanaona kweli you are looking at the future of these boys. Si kuambia tu wewe kuja mazoezi. Tena wewe pia ni kama mzazi wake, unamwambia na ukikosa kuja sasa nisikuone tena, which is wrong. Talk to them, wajue what is happening. Na si boxing si mwisho. Kwa hata sisi tulipitia, lakini we went to school. Na from form 4 ndio sasa tukawa sasa, in fact sasa kazi zikawa zinatutafuta. Mi nilikuwa na kazi 3 kabla sijaandika. Kama sijaanza nilikuwa napigiwa na KPA, Posta na Kenya Airways. In fact kwanza nilienda Kenya Airways na nikawa kwa team. Unajua kulikuwa na kitu inaitwa Kikoso Games.
Kikoso, yes.
So my first flying out of Kenya, I first went with the Kenya team to Thailand. Kama bado mimi ni mdogo 21 to 2. Then nikawa sasa Kenya, nataka kuboxia Kenya Airways na nikawa pia kwa team. So when we went to Denmark with Kikoso team, I was the best boxer. And then wakaniuliza kama naweza baki. Nikasema I have to talk to my parents. Siwezi baki hivyo. So kaniambia, okay, tunaku-release, but sasa tunafuatilia na mabarua, which they did. And my father alikuwa anaelewa hizi vitu, sasa aliona. So I went to Denmark nikiwa na 22 years. So I boxed for Danish team and I boxed for Kenya team at the same time. Yeah.
Well, the experience is now that you've brought as a coach, that some of the things that everyone is talking about. And I'll make a reference. I think towards the end of, the last program I had last year was with Coach Musa Benjamin.
Yes.
And one of the things that he says that helped Boniface Mugunde, perform very well in DRC at the Africa Elite Boxing Championship was picking up the Cuban style. He realized that he can work with it. So how are you able to develop these youngsters such that at the age of, say, 18, 19, 20, 21, you have somebody who can actually compete very well?
Kama huyo nasema Boniface Mugunde, nimemtrain kwa muda. Yes. They know where their coaches are, anakuja. So unaona, once wenyewe wanajua, lakini nimesema mara mingi, as coaches tuko suppose kukaa chini, alafu tuseme for instance sasa club zile ziko Eastlands, once in a while tunawaita pamoja.
Yeah.
Tunakuwa nao, we train together, sisi makoches wa hizo area, we talk to them, kuwapatia pia motisha, wagrow wakijua hii boxing pia inaweza kusaidia kwa maisha na iwe ndio source yako ya livelihood, which is imefanyika. Unaona sasa mtu kama Steven Mushoki,
yes,
world champion, na alianzia tu hapa Mudhurwa na alienda akaendelea akabox hata Denmark. In fact ndio mmoja wa kwanza kubox Denmark, ndio sisi tufuatilie.
So huu msingi, this foundation that you want to lay now, what is it, number one, that you're working with, with the federation to ensure that you've got the right coaching? First of all, let's talk about the equipment. Yes. There's something you mentioned. You mentioned to me off camera. Equipment for 10, 11, 12, 13-year-olds. How are you doing this? Because you're fighting with adult gloves. Those are heavy for them.
They're heavy. Sasa, as kama association vile iko, sasa itatubidi tuende kwa ma sports house na tuseme tunataka walete gloves. Normally zile gloves zinatumika kwa sasa ni from 8 ons alafu 10 mpaka 14. Sasa unaona, sasa huyu mtoto wa 9 years,
9 years.
hizi gloves akivaa ni kubwa kabisa kwake. Sasa ile kitu inaitwa sparring hawezi fanya vizuri, lakini sasa hata kama inaweza tengenezewa gloves zile zinamtosha, atagrow akijua kabisa to box.
So I'm saying that 8 ounces, I've just tried to do a conversion, is 250 grams. So already you've given half a kilo of weight.
Yeah, imagine.
So they've got, and then fingers bound.
Yeah, sasa hizi lazima tuwe kuna nini
knuckle,
kuna bandages.
Yes.
Kwanza bandages ndio alafu avae gloves. Because bila bandages atakuja kuvunjika, kuumia. So bandages kwanza inawapatia hiyo soft landing protection. Wana protect kabisa mikono zao.
So any efforts that you've made out there, maybe your friends who are out there, in Denmark, people like Ashira Ure or whoever, such that they can bring in the gloves for youngsters, such that they are even able to get used to them. Because I'm trying to imagine mtoto akivaa kiatu ya babake.
Imagine, I used to do it nikiwa Denmark, nimekuwa nikileta gloves kwa vilabu hapa. Nilikuwa naleta na distribute. No payment. Sasa watu, unajua watu they're not the same. Kuna vile mimi naangalia vitu na kuna vile pia kuna shida. But hata sasa huwa ile klabu nilikuwa natrainisha wananitumiaga vitu once in a while. Wakituma vilabu zile ziko vibaya zaidi, tunawasaidia.
Now, the other thing is ensuring continuity, especially for age as they grow up. At around 17, 18 is when you want to bring them to intermediate. What are the things that you want from a proper intermediate boxer? What do you want from them?
No, not even.
Or even
at 17,
a proper novice boxer first.
A proper novice boxer nitakana kwanza ajue boxing stance, position ya kubox. Unajua kuna boxer ajue hata nini, lakini kocha amemrelease acheze. But hiyo ni makosa. Nitakana tumfunze basic standard ya boxing. So akijua basic, kupita novices kwake ni rahisi. Hata wale majudges watakuwa hapo pale wanaona huyu ni boxer. Akona kila kitu. He knows what to do. Sasa hapo ndio huwa kunakuwa na shida. Because sasa kuna people they're training boxers. Sijui wanatrain aje, because wanamleta unaona ajui chochote. Second way, first round, kengele kilia,
I saw a word for that. Swarming is where you want to, it's like in a street fight.
Hiyo sasa ni street fight wanafanya. Sasa nitakana akianza hata ukika pale chini unaona huyu ni boxer. Anajua movement. He knows what to be done.
Okay. Now, first of all, let's, you could take us just through some places. You don't have to get off your seat, and because I think of the microphone, but just, show us the right stance for a left-handed boxer first and for a right-handed boxer.
Okay. No, what else want me to kando?
Can you, maybe, who's here? Or someone?
Kidogo, because lazima waone miguu, stance ya miguu.
All right. So maybe what I can do as they try get the microphone onto his strap is some of the results. Winners of this Nairobi Junior and Youth Tournament, 9 to 10 years. Teruyo Pondo of Jericho winning. So coach, you can stand up. Yes. Okay. So that we can see that. Kariobangi's Lawrence Kamau winning the 11 to 12 years, 36 to 35 kg. Nicholas Yambo of Kibra Youth, winning the 15 to 16 years, 48 kg. So looks like we already have a featherweight person. Charles Odiambo, 67 kg. That was Kelvin Valdez weight division. So, and also in the ladies category, 13 to 14 years, 48 kg, Grace Otieno of Mukuru, stopping Grace Apio of Kariobangi in round 1. So let's now just get it from the coach, and you could just give us the stances so that any box out there.
Now there's orthodox. Orthodox ni wale watu wanatumia mkono ya right kuandika, kukula, kila kitu. Orthodox. Now miguu yake ya left iko mbele, then guard ni hapa, then you lean forward. Lean from here.
All right, so coach, maybe you could come here so that they can also see the foot movement, because that's important. You can go around there.
Yes. Now when they stand wakati sasa supposed to box.
Okay.
Hii miguu moja the stands inakupatia movement out, you can rock there, you can box. So natoka nyuma pa kibox nakuja. No.
Yes.
That's the one. Kuna ule anaitwa southpaw orthodox. What? Nini southpaw?
Southpaw. That's a left hand.
A lefty. Wanakaa hivi. So hawa nandaga hii right yao ndio mbele there. Lakini wengi kabisa ni orthodox, tunasimama hivi. Whenever you punch, tunafundisha your punches zinapita hivi, so that usipigwe hapa. This is the mali inakuwaga very fragile. Mtu akitandikwa hii anasahau kila kitu. Unaona ameenda chini, they go down na inakuwa knockout. So kama hizo wanafunzwa, they should know. What else?
So the other thing is how you try to teach them how to swing and bob, move away from the punches.
Yeah, which is very important. Unajua sasa when you box, na box umesimama tu hivi, utakuwa wewe ni punching bag. So when you box, move your body. Usigongwe saa zote unatoka. In fact, when I used to box,
yes,
kuna siku nilibox hapa City Hall na mtu wa prisons. Hakuniguza. Wakati mchezo ilisha, tukapata nikitoka kukakuwa na watu kwa mlango. Ananiambia, inazaje kuwa ati unaza cheza 3 rounds unajaguzwa? Sio ni dawa. Na dawa gani? Ati ni kama sasa ni dumba imewekwa. Yati ya nioni mimi tunafanya na ya si. Lakini you're supposed to box, moving your body forward, backwards, hizo. You have to do those things. Na makoches wako tukishikana vizuri, boxing itarudi standard ilikuwa. Sasa kupata sijui what they're doing, because naambia so many times we're supposed to meet. Sengine najitoa naenda kwa club ingine at least kuwasaidia kutrain. Na makoches wako
Okay.
Yeah.
So you can take your kiti chako, because now this is where we have now got to talk about this, and also helping boxers, one of the things, understand where do you score?
Scoring, mpaka hapa. Hapa ni ukipiga
below the belt.
Below the belt, hiyo ni foul. So from hapa mpaka hapa. Hapa pia ipigwi. Ingawa at times inafanyika bila hata referee kuona. Ndio unaona mtu anapigwa hapa, unasikia alimpiga tempo. Hii ndio tempo anapigwaga, wanaenda chini pia kabisa. Yes.
Now the other thing is safety equipment. We know that when you have the youngsters, they have the headgear.
They have the headgear.
But when you get for the men, well, so long as you're an amateur and you get to past novices level, you stop using the headgear.
Headgear.
So, but in your days you boxed with headgear at amateur level.
When we started, hakukuwa na headgear, and then ikifika hapa ma 88 headgear zikaletwa, tukaanza kutumia headgears. Then tena sasa ni kama inatoka zimestopiwa. Headgear ni mzuri, isipokuwa tena pia na disadvantage. Wakati ushazoea kucheza headgear, ukiweza unaenda kwingine mali hakuna headgear, unapigwa sana kichwa, because kwa akili yako unajua uko protected na headgear. But haukuvalishwa.
But ideally you're supposed to have your guard on.
You are supposed to have your guards on hapa. Na guard iko hapa. So when you punch juu unaenda hivi. When you punch down, you go there. Tumbo. Now when you go down, akipiga hapa,
you're already exposed.
You're exposed. Nataka kupiga tu na utaenda chini. Unajua once umepanchiwa kichwa, the world ina rotate.
It's not something that anyone would like to be in.
No. It's terrible.
So how are you trying to help people understand and to also transition from headgear to no headgear, especially when they're coming to the novices level? Those are now the 17, 18-year-olds.
Yes. Sasa njia ina depend vile wata decide kama itachezewa na headgear ama bila. But the most important thing, wawe na guard at all time. Hiyo. So that unajiprotect mwenyewe. Mara mingi boxer anaingia kwa ring, lakini anaona referee na kona yake. Anaona hakuna watu anamsaidia, lakini hawamsaidii sana, anamsaidia kidogo sana, because kwa kona atakwambia tu ukitaka kushinda this fight you have to do this and this. Na referee kazi yake tu ni kuangalia, atakwambia weka kichwa juu, fanya hivi. So hizo ni vitu zinafanyika.
Well, one of the things you mentioned right at the start is the need for more competitions. Exactly. Let's now talk about, let's just understand, let's take it from the Kenyan perspective and how we create time for this. Weekends, if you were to follow the holiday calendars, you'd only have about 3 or 6 tournaments a year. Maybe 2 at the start of, one at the start of the holiday, one at the end in April, August and December. But how do you keep these competitions going, even if it's once a month? Because we knowing the current curriculum, we are seeing a growth of more day schools.
Yes. Okay, nimejaribu hata kuongea na makoches. Unaona sasa kama upande wa Kangemi, Kawangware hizo, watengeneze game yao. Sisi upande hii Umoja, Maringo huko watengeneze. Unaona sasa that's another tournament.
Yes.
Ya hiyo area. Kasarani pia wawe na yao. Now tuchague the best. We pair the best. Then the best of both kila mahali.
So that would be 18 sub-counties. So that would be about 18 tournaments happening. Westlands, Fanya, Dagoretti North, Dagoretti South.
Hivyo. Lakini sasa unajua officials tuko na tuwataki kufanya kazi. Wanangoja tu. In fact, wakati kuna trip, then everybody wants to awe kwa hiyo team. But we have to start from zero tukipande. Lakini ni shida.
So some of the coaches you're working with, I know one was supposed to come in, Rafael Kamoya. You call him Kamwana.
Kamwana.
So he had a good set of boxers. Just give us an idea of what you saw from the Mbotela side.
Well, Mbotela ni klabu ya kitambo. In fact, Kamwana ni boxer wangu. Mtrenisha huko. Na wana grow. Sasa mali ameanzia ana watoto wengi sana wazuri. Yeah. Very, unaona, there's talent. Sasa wakipata watu wazuri kama hao wanapatia challenge, they get better and better. Lakini sasa ikiwa akikuja sasa anapiga wale wengine hakuna chochote, atuendi mahali.
The balance
so nitakana leo akishinda next time ajue ule mwingine kutayari naye kabisa. Sasa inakuwa they are fighting for something ili hiyo position hivyo.
Commonwealth gold medalist Ahmed Omar Kasongo, we know he does a lot of work in Kibra. Have you seen the Kibra team? Because the results here, we can see how they are working.
Yeah. Well, Kasongo ako na bidii kabisa. Alafu ye mwenyewe anajua boxing. Unajua shida tunayo, kuna coaches hawaja box kabisa. Now, to pass whatever you have never done to somebody, unaambia tu, tupa ngumi. Unatupa itaenda wapi? At what time are you supposed to throw that blow? Hawajui, lakini sasa naambia wewe tupa. Hizo pia ni vitu ziko. Sasa kama nini, as a team tukiweza kutana na macoaches, tunakaa tunawambia tufanye hivi na hivi na hivi, inakuwa. Lakini sasa hao macoaches getting them mufanye kitu ni shida.
Okay.
Ni shida kabisa. Wajua sasa wakati tulibox sisi kulikuwa na Mwarango, Ajimbi, that group. Na walikuwa nikiwa mdogo, kuna mzungu alitoka US, Serge Johnson. Na sasa wakina Mwarango walitwita. In fact, mimi ndo nilikuwa mtoto mdogo wa kufanyishwa, naambiwa nifanye kuweka guard vile ngumi natupwa. Sasa ilikuwa ni makoches wanafunzwa how to assist their boxers, how to train them. Lakini sasa hakuna vitu. Sasa tukijaribu kuambia hakuna kitu nafanyika. Na alafu timu ikienda nje, people are complaining. Kenya siku hizi napigwa tu. Hii Mugune juzi alishinda. Watu walishangaa. Sina walifurahia kabisa.
Yes, it was a big joy.
It's a big joy. Ati watu wanaona kuna kitu nafanyika.
One other thing is schools. You know, you've mentioned.
Yes.
Nando unaongea na mwalimu. This is where huyu mwanafunzi wako wako hapa. Yes, this is a boxer. You are even na hivi. But the question is, can we use schools now to grow the sport? Football, they're doing it. Volleyball, basketball, rugby, hockey, tennis, chess. What about boxing?
Boxing imekuwa na shida. Unajua sasa, for many years ago, Starehe Boys Center. Starehe Boys Center ilikuwa na boxers. Walikuwa na trainishwa from Starehe. Wanakuja na wanacheza novices, intermediate. Walikuwa wanacheza. Lakini sasa hakuna nini. Okay, Kisumu walikuwa na boxing pia. Very few schools walikuwa nao, lakini sasa hakuna kabisa, hakuna.
So you need a ring, and the good thing about a school, you may not necessarily start on the ring. You can use the grass.
Hata kwa holi tu mnafanya hapo. It's very possible.
So would that be the next? Would that be something you're looking at?
Sasa kitu inanisumbua hao watu coaches wako, lakini to implement something ni shida.
Aha. Sawa. Now you have said it, somebody will hear you.
Yes.
Kenneth Valdez Ochieng. He is the chairman of Boxing Federation of Kenya, Nairobi County branch. And you know, he's also a coach. He's represented the country at the highest level of boxing. And now he says, the youngsters, we must get it right. You've seen him demonstrate everything. And you can see the passion. And also going out to the community to say, these children are here, they're not sneaking from home. And also that they do not use boxing as a way, you know, to get into all sorts of trouble. Coach Valdez, thank you very much for your time this morning. Well, that's our time this morning on Sports Check. You know, conversations about cricket. We've had the review of the weekend and also youth boxing. More to come. Remember, the year is just starting. Kenya is hosting 2 major championships. Remember, Wednesday next week, the Chandro in Nairobi. So we'll be gearing up to that as the details come through. My name is Daniel Wahome. Our sign language interpreter has been Ann Wangeshi. On behalf of the team that put this together, Asanteni sana. Have a good day.
This is Nayanayangikalayo village, a remote part in Turkana County which is about 600 miles from the capital city of Kenya. Blessed with vast open lands, this place, which is historically known to be the cradle of mankind, has magnificent, breathtaking sceneries. Sadly, the thrill of the aerial spectacular views fades off quickly as one drives through this small town. Looking around, one is left wondering how the residents living in this semi-arid area survive, given there aren't any special amenities nearby, and most importantly, health facilities. After several miles of driving through the village, we finally come across this dispensary, the only facility around. Seeking medical attention here can be a nightmare to most people, and more especially those who reside in the far interior parts of this neighborhood. There is barely any means of transport that can be